red button. Damn it, Google. Stop changing things.
Okay, that's right.
Those are secrets.
You have to be smarter.
Brucey's the middle hallway. Yes. Just expect knocking. Just expect knocking. Oh, you look all right. Okay. Very much.
Hi, Christine. Nice to meet you. No, I think I'm gonna be in this one. I work in social media. So I'm interested. Yes. Sometimes I guess I'll hop if I feel like I know it. I can get but do you write a blog or a podcast? I just wanted to see what it's about. I thought it through. Yes. Yeah.
I love hearing that. Do you know how much I love hearing that? That is fantastic.
What I said, or you mean the
What you said.
Oh,
What you said, I love hearing. I just heard about it. Decided to check it out. It's fantastic. That's fantastic. It's exactly what we want. We want you to hear about it. Then we want you to talk about it.
yeah, I had my Twitter account that I could hashtag it.
They attached it on Facebook.
Well, I guess I would hashtag it on Facebook. I don't know.
Friends, we need more people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sit up in the middle. Right.
And then so this construction is then looking at the angles. And there's a plastic right here. You know, like the toilet, 2 lane, one lane.
Oh, here. The lady's holding the bond. Welcome everyone. Thank you for coming. It's almost 10 o'clock. Don't get too comfortable in your seats. This is an all interactive session. All interactive, and I'm glad you're all here because we need bodies to make it work, right? What do you think of Justin's talk this morning? Pretty good, huh? Excited to see Chris Brogan here. He's a well-known name in social media, don't you think? Are you familiar with Chris? Have you heard of Chris and followed Chris? And Justin as well. Just real quick before we get started, my name is Patty Swisher. Take a piece of, here, pick a color. Thank you for coming. Find a place for your stuff, but don't get too comfortable. My name is Patty Swisher. I am the Vice President of Corporate Communications for a company called IKM Incorporated. It's an architecture, planning, and interior design firm in Pittsburgh. We've been in business for 100 years. We've designed projects like the Phipps Conservatory Welcome Center, which you may all have visited, the Penn State Food Science Building and New Creamery, the Hillman Cancer Center. So these are the types of projects that my firm does, and I'm responsible for marketing and promotion, and therefore social media with that firm. I'm also an adjunct professor here at Point Park University, and I think it will be my 4th semester, so finishing my 2nd year teaching social media 101 to undergraduates and graduate students. I think this semester I'm going to have all graduates, which should be very exciting. Smaller class, and we'll get to dig a little deeper into some beginnings of social media. But my idea for this session was that people that come to Pittsburgh or to Podcamp, please take a slip of paper from the box if you're going to stay. The people that come to Podcamp have varying levels of knowledge about social media. Sorry. And everybody has a tip or a trick that they've learned from somebody else, and that's really helped them to do their tasks better. The idea, as Justin mentioned, is to share those ideas with the people that are in the room, right? We can all learn from one another. I might know more about LinkedIn, and you might know more about YouTube, and you might know more about Twitter or Facebook. So how do we get that information from one person to the next? Well, in the session today, we're going to divide into groups, and we're going to talk about questions. So everybody has a piece of paper of the varying colors, and that's going to define your groups. So everybody's going to break up into their groups, and at each session, there is going to be a color-coded paper with a few questions on it. These are not the be-all and end-all questions. about social media. They're just thought-provoking ideas, right? The only question that I want you to answer for sure in each of your groups is, what do you think are the 3 big ideas of platform X? And that's how we're dividing as well. So one is going to be for Facebook, one is going to be for Twitter, one is going to be for LinkedIn, and another is going to be for all other social media things. One for Instagram too, I believe. We'll spend 7 minutes in each group, and we'll rotate. So every person in the room gets an opportunity to talk about each topic. And at the end, we'll come together for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever time we have left. And we'll talk about what the big ideas are that we discovered in this group. Okay, sound good? Okay, who has pink? All the ladies pick pink, right? Everybody stand up. Where's pink? Pink's over here. So you're all going to get up and come over here. You're going to each pick a scribe for your group. So there's a pen at your station. The scribe is going to be the person that writes the information that you talk about onto the notepads. Okay, who has blue? All of the guys pick blue. So up you go. Blue's going to meet in the back and the middle. Okay. Who has yellow? Yellow's in the corner over here. Yeah, you can kind of fill in on the chairs on the end, kind of make yourself comfortable where you can talk together as a group. If you'd like to stand because you've just sat for 45 minutes, that would be fine. Does anyone have a discussion elevator? Does anybody have reading? I was a teacher, so I guess. Okay, read that. You're actually it's legible. Is that? Yes. And then the last one is orange. Who has orange? Does anybody have orange? You can go out to the table. Right outside. We're in the hall. We're going to drink coffee. Okay. Right there. I used to decide where you wanted to read.
People wanted to post pictures and not use Twitter, so that's all I have.
Okay, where's my blue group? You had your questions? Okay, everyone have phones.
Okay, so you have a link, do you have why,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Same. I got into the work.
You don't have to answer every question.
Okay. I think we were in, I think there's 3 big ideas. Okay.
Again, doesn't talk to the audience.
Okay. You have a goal for using the social media.
Yes, that's fine. All right, is everybody ready?
Okay. I just find what is just to make sure that like I have an idea what is out there in my field. I had worked for 12 years, so stay at home mom. So more like get an idea of what it was now.
Yes.
It's
sort of like a visual Twitter.
Yes. It's all advanced. You can hashtag it like your Twitter. You can link it to Twitter. Yeah. And it makes like a picture network of what you very so everyone has this beautiful photo set now because they put all these filters that take a picture of the room and like with a couple tweets yeah.
I know I do it as a business account. But what I question, I don't know if it's the direction, but maybe it would help everybody. So I've got personal account to manage on my phone. And I wanted to do a business account. And I started looking at how would I manage that.
Yeah.
Correct. And then I started looking at other apps and started reading that. And
Anyone else have anything to add?
I ended there.
They do not make it easy to switch between accounts.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally have to
Pages
log
I
out
use for
and
Facebook.
log back in. That's what you have to do because I have a personal email. and I just
You just use the same app
page
and
and
log
you
in.
can't do it online. So it's like if I create something on the computer that I want to post on Instagram, I have to airdrop. I have a Mac, so I can airdrop it to myself on my phone, and then I have to log out my personal account, log into my business account.
Okay, that's exactly.
So Instagram is only on mobile.
It's only mobile, really. Yeah. Or apps. Only managed through apps for mostly. That's why.
Instagram. That's a good question because I can get it on my phone, but I can't get it on my iPad. No, I should not get it on my iPad.
Oh, good. I thought it was me. I cannot find this on my
No,
iPad.
I'm not either. So this is the.
Actually,
Yeah.
Number one.
Correct.
You can do, you can't post. Because yeah, you can do
So that's
right?
No, but that has nothing to do with you.
It sounds right.
I have severe.
Now,
I don't think just like on your stuff, I put it here, it's okay to,
like
I
my
have
page.
Instagram on iPad. I just swapped iPad to my husband because mine died. He got a new one. I gave me the old one. So this is the like show. Like iPad. And this is yeah, just a mobile version.
Oh,
It's not an iPad
I
version.
saw the editing tools get for it in the browser and on my iPad.
But they put Virginia's in.
What am I going to do? Right to your product.
And it's like if you could, yes,
I've always been LinkedIn.
browsers, but you can't because you can't post.
That's right. That is so that's another one. Oh,
So-
yours is that.
What was the first one? You can't send it to account.
Oh, yeah. It's such a challenge. But I think it was it was such a great thing for this networking.
We already have our fair
Vendors together. Oh my gosh. Tag them. But
looking at it.
it's very limited.
It's very limited, and that's my
I don't know why they limit.
I would like to know if maybe I were using this with another.
Although they do look at
To be working with the long yeah.
nothing. The other thing we have to do big ideas.
Yeah. Can you do like event things? And is that so? There is something going on in town, and everybody is taking photos of it. We're all hashtagging it. Can you follow that live?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can
Using
do
the
the
hashtag.
hashtag,
So you just put the hashtag.
and then
follow.
it'll
So stream it all in.
It looks a little bit.
I am not one
Does
to.
it say kind of Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it does, yeah, and it, it's harder to follow
And
someone via hashtag
you're
on Facebook.
publishing
You can't
articles and you don't have to write.
Right, because everyone has
Yeah,
their settings, but
Etc.
yeah.
And
The only thing is like,
I mean,
like you have my, when I post this, I just like go to my Twitter and they'll use hashtags. Yeah, well, you can.
You know, all of the
Right.
Twitter.
Yeah, I use Hootsuite for a
Terms
lot
that
of my
they're
business
utilizing.
stuff.
I like
Hootsuite.
Yeah, Hootsuite is good.
It helps the rest of the-
Just add
So
it.
I don't have Instagram.
Right now, I have
From this, business.
I'm an entertainer and I have a Twitter feed that I post on my, that I have on my banner
It's truly
for
kind of
people who see me at events.
business.
And the
So-
people in the generation just below me all wanted Instagram instead of Twitter. So it's like, okay, well now I have an account, but
Recruiter just.
I
Just
don't
link it
know
to
what to
Twitter.
do now.
You could link it to your Twitter.
I can link it to my Twitter,
Yeah.
yeah, but you'd have to post it on Instagram and but I would have to repost things that I
Profiles
tagged.
essentially your resume. I mean, right?
I mean, it's even
Yeah.
extended resume. It's one of the things
Do you
that-
repost or do you start with Instagram and then, because Instagram is being the high point, and then Instagram to Facebook, Twitter.
That's what I do.
Yeah, so you use that.
Because just because the photos come out so nice in Instagram, but then it just feeds everything else. Yeah, and that's why followers. Yes. You get your, I get my followers. So most of Twitter. Yeah, I would say most of them.
Oh, do you use LinkedIn?
And maybe
What
part
kind
of
of information do you share?
whenever you're
So we
posting
kind of
on
touched on that
Instagram,
all.
Twitter, the one Twitter, right? You also use it for business. You're sharing
Yeah.
information, your resume, and yeah. So
What,
on Facebook, you often the pictures, right?
right.
But on Twitter, it's showing up as a link. I don't, not unless I'm at the Twitter.
My
I do get the updates and somebody adds me or whatever. My Instagram. For me, it's correct. It's how under my personal. But I don't want to. Now, here's what I did.
So whenever I put something.
To Twitter, and Twitter posts to Facebook.
Twitter.
Facebook, it does show the pictures on Facebook.
I can use it.
No, but I know, like, all that. But yeah.
Yeah, draw a little,
Yeah.
draw the workflow.
There's 10, there's 11 questions. Do you reach your target audience? You get much value from Instagram accounts. What use posts are you using? Some not your immediate. How often you're I don't mention your I didn't know this every time. What results are you seeing? I'm gonna be sitting there looking at my LinkedIn tonight. Where does your content come from?
I'm in a couple of I just.
Oh, well.
So you use it to make your idea. What are the results? I want to read ideas. Watermark everything. Yeah, because of course that's how I get some data. I went. I will not post on my business watermarking. First of all, that I own it. Second of all, it takes you right to the website. Now, how do you do that? I have an app called FOTOR. It's free. It's super easy. And then I just pull in, and you can even cut
About a
it
minute
to
left.
you can even
So,
yeah,
that's good.
phone number or my Facebook. And what's now having in my email, like when fans see emails from me about like, okay, it's a big idea. Now it's like, well, the first thing we started is like 888. What? Yeah. Why? No. Secondly, okay, so we only have like a minute. Do you use publishers? Anybody? Yeah. We have a LinkedIn business page. No one's sold IDs and business page. I know. And then maybe I'll do okay. Do you use the analytics on LinkedIn stuff? No. What is your biggest challenge with LinkedIn?
Yeah, that was big.
Yeah, I think those are big ideas. Everybody knows this is the stuff.
I would say we kind of touched on it. What's our third one?
Business
So business oriented.
Okay, can I have everybody's attention? We're gonna switch groups now. So if you're yellow, you're gonna go to blue. If you're in blue, you're gonna go to pink.
So
If you're
that
in
was
pink,
so
you're gonna
key.
go to
Like
green.
for me, I don't really
You're gonna go to
the website.
Okay, look at it.
Right.
I need to
Is it active?
I haven't figured that one out yet, but I always have to link in my like it was on my name, like if they can see it. Yeah. And then it's like it's everyone's moving. And I think what I need to start doing is write hyperlink in profile. Yeah. You know. We never really got a good idea
Yes, there is. Little webcam. Logitech, something or other. 920.
Oh, yeah.
This is Instagram. Will has a love-hate relationship with Instagram. All right, so you have Instagram, your company business account. First of all, okay. All right, so you know, your target audiences are you reaching well, actually, it's kind of funny. I have like my daughter does poetry, and I post like her videos, and now I have like all these followers. They're like professional arts, and like people that have like been in the cards for like her. And I'm like, I would say one of the hi, you're looking at my children's pictures, and you would be. And they started like commenting and like it, and like your daughter should apply. I'm like, Well, no, it's for bar,
I mean, it'll be good as she gets.
yeah, eventually, she wants to do professional stuff when she gets out of high school. She's only a freshman.
Just to go real quick off of
Yeah.
that, I did marching band years ago.
Did you?
Did you see the Michael Jackson halftime show?
Yes, the OSU one. That was hilarious. Yeah, that was hilarious. She's complaining right now because they're doing Egyptian expression.
So,
She's like, she's like, I don't know how to do it. Okay, how often do you post on your Instagram account? I'm gonna leave that alone. He posts a lot of content for his business.
Once a week. I wish I could more, but
do you use those?
Yeah, I tried it and it was nice.
I post to Twitter.
So what do you do? Like
Everybody anything if you have a
Okay, so what types of posts are most successful for you? Like I said, my daughter's videos, we're all
What is it?
follow every single
Yes.
person that Twitter's like every day.
For me,
people's,
photos
and
of me.
people's before and after
And
using
there's
the product.
people like follow
After using the product.
that are always it's like oh,
Before you go to the next question, Instagram for our meeting.
those are the things that have been
And we get a response from that. So once
I like that.
just so people don't make a big
All across.
people
And
are aware of.
because I'm not
It's kind of like cross promotion for the people who aren't members who are not there.
following
The
that,
people who are interested in those members.
whatever
Videos
their
to see what's going on.
that whatever
Videos
their
and
photos are.
Sorry, videos and photos. Yes, videos. Videos we have to be careful with because the person may not like that video of their speech out. So we try to make an announcement before if you don't want that. But mostly they're nervous doing the speech, so they'll repeat anything in their real life.
Later. Oh my
Right.
God, I really
So we
like
try
that.
not to. That's why we use the photos more than the
Saying, hey, I just had this for lunch.
Not, yeah,
Because, I mean, for me,
I run another one.
it's a different platform. Like I'm less like you put a long description on that because I do link to Twitter. So I kind of try to stick to like the hashtags and short caption. On Facebook, I'm more like who I care about because the people I connect with on Facebook, I have a lot more interested in what is going on in the picture than the people that are on Instagram.
Yeah.
I just got an email from last week. Instagram.
so if you don't really care about
Okay, do you often post mention, or do you post often mention your company
So
products or services?
well,
Giving it to Will again, I do it all the time, right?
I don't know my resume.
Everyone has said hashtag to that, right?
So
He's the hashtag, but sometimes we're gonna hashtag.
Yeah,
Yeah, whatever.
Is that what yours is? Is that what yours is?
Yeah, it's a hashtag, but often is proper name for hashtag.
My question.
that one.
Extra dirty for you.
Okay, there's about 3 minutes in this group.
Okay,
So
what
results
results
would you like?
I like Instagram.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let's use it, so I haven't seen it. Instagram for those.
So
Personal
video for
Your audience?
yeah.
It's a more active audience than I'm so younger.
Yeah, hashtag.
A little bit of, I mean, I don't use it for yes, and, it does tend to skew to more of a younger demographic,
Yeah.
but I'm on the actual
You're done.
But anyway, so for me, I mean, it's gonna skew.
Like for better or
sort of
worse,
like
short
right
lifespan.
now.
Yeah, it's a way shorter lifespan than like
2027.
Like right now, we're all.
I don't know if that's your experience, but that's been my experience.
Yeah, I mean, our prime demographic is 40 and under. Our highest spenders are over 40. So
Yeah.
I'd much rather reach our highest spenders,
Yeah.
but there's no network where the demographic is not young. So, you know, if I'm on social media, it's gonna reach a young demographic.
Okay, so since we have a short time, I'm gonna combine these three. Where does your content come from? You create all your content yourself. And you're not creating what your content is.
A lot of our content comes from our athletes that are reposting. About 75% of it, the other 25% comes from stuff that I create by just taking a picture. Very rarely do video. I don't. But they were
It
great.
was, what's your favorite tool?
I don't really get more effective. Yeah, that's just a repost. Instagram have that name.
I'm really bad at like photos. I take a ton of pictures. So I like photo grid because I like putting photos on it. Like the size and switch.
If there was a tool that actually posted to Instagram, maybe they would use that.
I don't even know what it is. I just saw that they have it now.
This is what
I know what I know. I don't.
I didn't hear what you said.
Biggest challenge.
Now it's logging in and out.
So
And also notifications and API limits. I hit the API limit every time I use it, and I have to log in and out of accounts all the time, and notifications get lost.
Okay, what are the three big ideas? I would say for sharing content.
I would say that the obvious one is that it's more visual than anything ever. Because while Facebook's obviously visual and Twitter's obviously best visual, but Instagram
Okay,
is
is everyone
really
good? It's time to rotate. So yellow's gonna
You
go
have
to
no
pink,
idea.
pink's gonna go to green, green's gonna go to orange.
Sharing content,
yellow.
Just people.
I think right now, I think it's mostly. I mean, there's a lot of things. I would say everywhere else.
Yes, sorry.
Facebook.
Nope, that's okay. I'm trying to go sort of in a clockwise fashion. Do you have the Instagram or your company or business? This is what I'm doing. Okay, orange, then yellow. Okay, is everybody switched? Feel free, you can tear off your paper. You're supposed to keep your pen with you to define your group. We go ahead and get started.
I did the Instagram for Spiral. Like, when you Spiral is successful, I definitely love it on there. Like, as far as hashtag,
Do you have a goal for using the social?
Well, I guess when I had a online company, it's mine
Okay. Does it reach your target audience, or what type of audience are you reaching with your Instagram account?
I really don't know.
Yeah, like the way to track. I think it's nice that you can say just integrated Instagram. So I'm really happy about that because it's extremely overdue. So I think it's hard to track though, like how much, you can get your numbers with likes and stuff, but only if people have their link in their bio, I don't really think it's the best way to get to your website. It's just more of remaining on your Instagram. Like I think you just continue to scroll on your Instagram and like search hashtags rather than go on your website.
Like it cuts to the nitty-gritty. Lists are so important. It's part of the lists are so. Okay, so, you use Twitter as a.
I'm very.
Yes, right. Any others, best practice for Twitter. I love Echo Phone.
And it's not her fault, but it's just kind of the way it is, especially if you look at it on a phone or tower where it's not as easy to go back.
Echophone is Twitter.
So I get what she's trying to do, but it's.
So it's instead of like going on native Twitter, you have or you just follow. Yeah, there's like finding whites by my dark. I find the challenge on Instagram might be the lack of connectivity. I like Echophone better, you know, maybe it's on that. Right, I find that's very frustrating. I think why we're on native Twitter, you can have a program on your PC where you can see all that, but you can't find. Right, you have to load something you like better. No one will ever get a yes, very challenging. Yeah, I hope so. I would say, don't find one there. Anyways. Okay, if you are currently not currently using it, right? So create a place you can incorporating Instagram. So if you don't consider what those messages are, how I find when the data conference when you write there's less conversation or
My daughter kind of does this thing. That's a good picture.
That's just what's happening.
And
And there's usually like when
she does on Facebook.
wow, characters you get that. Yes. Are you doing better? So your thoughts about like less encouraged like that, not like limiting the audience.
I love seriously, but I never interact with them because I think there's.
What is your best success story that you thought that way? Why sure?
Yeah, they just go sell. I'm selling this, go buy it, or I made this company.
Like, did anybody just walk up to me and say, "Oh my God, what type of post?" I'm so that's a good idea to put like my name. No, okay. I did that like 4 times,
Right,
and so now
there's no actual.
I walked up and was like, "Oh my God, this is so
associated with that.
I try to do that a lot, like this is where I find a certain new context from professional and everybody publishing. Yeah, I think so too.
I know what I.
If I publish it,
Actually, I follow feeds.
if I publish it on my blog,
Like I follow National Geographic.
anyways,
Right, right.
so I'd rather just
Breaking
publish
news,
it.
Yeah.
break
So you certainly went to.
Yeah, I think it's just knowing your audience, like I know,
I say know your content, right? Know your
entire section, all of my followers, my entire audience, I know it's gonna get those likes. You know, if I post, I know we do a lot of fireworks for like music festivals and things, so our strategy is to reach out to more of those followers, but I know it's not gonna get the likes because people are into the fireworks. It feels like it's music.
Yeah.
How often, what are your posts mentioned your company products?
Okay, so what don't you
You're not already doing something like that, so you're going to write something which is actually.
I think for my personal ones, I don't think I see one on blog. My personal blog, I post on my blog others times a week. A lot of the time I do what I do in post
your writing skills.
I would say like twice a week I mention my blog.
Like when you're track days, you're trying to build your blog, and that's where you get into the groove of doing all this.
Just
Go into
where does your content come there?
share one of the best. You don't even have to add the hashtag. That's just the way I. It's not even hard. That's what. And then search.
And then while you're in there, there should be a little save box where you can see this and go back and look at them like tonight when you're talking about the labs, you can see in it what distance it is for my job it's a lot more scheduled and planned. Like I did, you know what I mean? I perhaps people this really they don't get to be like a little more care.
Your chats are great. You'll just
You know what I mean? It's a little bigger. You have to bring all of your good ones and you don't know. That's a good one. Because then you can figure out the language for creating your we work for you use a third party app to add filters on there. Yeah, I really like them. A lot of people that I know like them as well. I don't really I feel like the Instagram photos like really right. It's kind of like spot out something or maybe it's just my own research. Yeah, and then yeah, and then you can just look like really the colors really pretty. But I guess it's why I like that. But I don't know. I've already said
Yeah.
Facebook players.
Yeah, and I think I just.
Oh, this goes.
When I went to go do something to go post the first one, so you want to get it done. I don't do this now.
Like I said, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, obviously, sharing content.
I know.
Moving the Instagram one.
Now you
Can't get it in my head. It's like, oh, I should just do that.
It's not downside.
Great.
Be nice.
I used to do more. Well, you can they have it now. Yeah, well, yeah, you can now do it on YouTube, but they had apps before because you couldn't. But I like it because like just scrolling on my phone. Yeah, just repost something right there.
Yes.
If you want to wrap up, we're gonna get ready to switch.
People sign up. Okay, is everybody ready to switch? You're going from pink, go to green, blue, you go to pink, yellow, you go to blue.
Hear that, Howard Stern?
Timely. The rest of us we get to be
Watching the other session right now.
If you see an orange, go to yellow.
Yeah, the other session right now.
You're multi-talented. You are a
Instagram for my life. It's special. Certified that is one cross. Love to do I think it's
All the things.
people and what they do.
so yeah, kind of that's what I think it is.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that you just have to take pictures of prizes.
Do you have what is your best tip to share? Yeah.
So when you walk into any of the rooms, don't say anything you don't want to.
How do you do
Yeah.
Yes, but now you know for sure.
Right, before it was paranoia, now it's technologically enabled.
What are the three big ideas?
Yeah, why do people use Instagram? Facebook.
I think Instagram is less words. Idea of it. It's just pictures.
He's really making use of the 2 feet. I've never seen anybody use 2 feet in this hip.
It's like on my Instagram. No, I'm just saying, like, you don't care if he's timelines and stuff like that. He just wants to look at the microchips. But filters make it like
I'm just gonna make a joke that I probably should say live streaming, so.
So I like that. Instagram's a picture book.
Yeah.
Books a magazine. LinkedIn is a resume.
Yes.
People like image filters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Then
people
they
like
got
image
like
filters.
way overused, like everything becomes filtered, it's like.
And then now it's a big deal. It's like,
Really? I mean, it's like,
It's
like hashtag no makeup. It's
Right.
like, come on, really?
It's the double boss matrix.
I would say
Yeah, right.
Well, number 4, with posts that are most successful. Yeah,
yes,
that's a good idea.
I do.
Three big
You're
ideas.
afraid of your big ideas. Very well. Very well.
We're gonna like discuss this because it's so weird.
Yeah.
Sarah's your That's my very best friend.
I don't anything wrong with that. I can totally do that.
I mean, look how small that O is compared to that.
So good.
It's down.
Good engineering your handwriting.
Can't help it.
Yes, I know.
Be your own thought.
That was one of the reasons I
I did submit that language. Said, can you please include my crappy handwriting font in this edition of Windows?
Lord, no, you
Don't
did.
you have any?
I think it's called serial killer.
I mean, it's not worse. It's not worse than wingdings. I have cereal.
Oh, goodness.
Dead creepy eyes to everything.
Your daughter was trying to sell something, research the trending hashtag in the area in Pittsburgh. Our daughter would got a hashtag, their photo,
I should
who knows, they just want to get it. I don't know when people like.
What question are you on, or what are you discussing?
Instagram. What's it for?
I told you, taking pictures of dinner.
It's coming out.
That reach IP of 15 to 20 in the area.
Instagram is about Facebook.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, 15 to 20 something year olds, I think Snapchat.
Absolutely. Yep, very much so.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yep. So what would you say, Instagram, college age, 18 to 25?
People who take a lot of pictures and they're okay with
Well,
Yeah.
makeup.
I don't know if there's Instagram store.
some people actually sell like this.
I mean, like shoes.
Yeah, well, I have to use the both just for shoes that they sell on their
Right.
page. So I use it all for promotion of shoes.
Pinterest just released their buy button. So like depending on who, not all pins do this. It depends on the site and whether they like signed up through the system to do it. But like Macy's, for example, has been all about it already. And they'll post like a dress and you click on the pin and oh, I like that. You have got 5 by 5. Yeah. I'm surprised it took that long, to be honest.
Okay. What else about Instagram? Works well if you have a defined community. So I think if you're thinking of a college and you have a hashtag surrounded by the college, that you have a contained audience that you can and build an audience and put it on Instagram. I think if you're an architect and a lot of your work is visual, kind of hard to find your audience on Instagram, right? You have tons of
I'm not.
right, right. Yes, very much so. So, you know, probably not the audience for us.
But you would advertise on it.
Absolutely. That's where we get the highest bang for our buck. So,
Have you ever tried to link in founders LinkedIn? They're on LinkedIn.
no, definitely.
One of them.
I guess you wanted it.
I was trying to build, like, I was at one point in time, I might go back to it. I was trying to build a network. Energy related to how we're going to use it.
Oh, nice.
You know, one time we had a nice network built in 3 different states. So now people are looking for work and people are looking for so I use those things to try a lot of people together.
Connector, you're a connector. Yeah.
Business and emotion. What's the what's your
Okay, we're just about done with this group, so wrap up your ideas.
If you're not getting at the end of it. That's why I'm great at this.
Yes.
You guys done your video switch?
No.
You guys wrapping up your ideas? And let's ready to switch. We need to tear the page off back there. Some more.
I don't go to those kinds of parties.
Good. That was like, now you can peel off. Painted wall, not on the fabric wall. I don't think.
Okay, it's time to switch. Everybody move to the next group. So pink goes to green. Blue goes to pink. Yellow goes to blue. Green goes to orange. I think this is the last group, right? You started at orange yet?
We started
at orange. Okay, very good. Okay, so then this is the
It is. Yes. You're right.
So if you have, I think you need to be able to support
So do you, okay, so here it's like,
Just got a big picture of Uncle Sam.
What I look at it is, okay, so I set up the program, so I have 8 notifications.
I think.
And I use, Google Analytics. So I put in keywords. So I figured out like,
I would rather
I went to the so when somebody searched on those keywords, I figured I would come up. So when people are looking to hire someone,
Well, if we're talking about like Twitter versus Surface, like that.
That's how I
They don't use Twitter for just Surface, so they use Twitter for
Instagram.
We don't have.
So it's just under the name.
So I don't know.
All right.
Well, I do the show for XYZ Corporation.
So you're using it just to
So everybody knows every corporation.
You can, it's more artistic. I think the other is about the visibility content, even if you're not actively watching that channel, it's one of the first things that shows up when people search for whatever. So it's, yeah, you have to go on now.
World.
Yeah,
when I do my blogs, my business will change, so I need to. But sometimes LinkedIn is people. They are people. So I think
It's like looking at a magazine. You know, like you're looking through the pages of a magazine, and you know, magazines are very visual, right? But if you stop on something that might be like an article, you know, there might be a longer caption with the Instagram post, but you know, it's really like you're just flipping through looking for things that you like. Yeah, and I can find artists like all over the whatever. It's really cool. So I could group family in one tag group, like a group.
Yeah.
I saw that. I'm not sweet. And it's sort of family pictures. I don't believe so. No, because I don't think you can post from the PC.
And like, you know, so there is like that is,
which would be nice if they could actually express it in either the text
it goes back to what I was saying.
somewhere other than just the bio.
Oh,
That actually click yeah, I find it so distracting.
I might be on your website and seeing that blog post. My sister comes to
I link to everything.
even though I might not be right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'll post my.
Let's see.
I
Yes, I do the same thing. Yes, you have to reduce the size, you have to make
Yes. I can
how do you engage your audience when it's an audience that's too low, right? So Snapchat is the lowest, you know, my 10-year-old, 12-year-old. Instagram is probably maybe the 16 to 25 years old. College age students. use Instagram a lot. Colleges use Instagram a lot because they have a collective skill where they can target, and so they can reach them in areas very large audience.
It is that. It's not
Architecture firm.
It's almost like they're
Instagram doesn't do a lot.
What was it? So I was it like the research is like okay, people all
Otherwise, it's very okay, so stories nodding like you agree.
Yeah, so maybe that's the takeaway. Like,
You really have to do some research on
the qualified
the
lead
things that
and the
you
referral is the key, because I agree with that too.
And job seeking.
And how, so you find.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
Connect, so could someone.
Again, it's like
Connect.
Right, somebody else.
Once it's already.
Yeah.
Mine house is not private, you can make your like private, so, like I put hashtag Pittsburgh, because I want to connect with Pittsburgh. I can first of all search that, so.
Yeah.
This is in there that I want to. And if I put Pittsburgh on there, they may find that.
Okay, so what if it's
Right, you want to office, you know, choose makeup, even t-shirts, men, I have this some men solely for Instagram.
I needed a
And all they just post pictures on their website. They're used, I mean, like, 2008, 90, 2007 Jordans, you know, they're selling for $100 a pair. Well, I like so they, those people actually take their steps, they're like, oh, like, I still want my life for $5. Yes, they are. But those kids that are 18 years old, a little bit of disposable income, really like tennis shoes.
and I think that that's
Yes.
do you remember there you go. That's where I heard if people's hashtags were like yeah, for like a week or
Okay, they had a campaign, I remember. Yep.
that was really interesting. I thought
Very
like,
cool.
like whatever Pittsburgh knowing
Yes,
that
so had to have like Pittsburgh, and then they somehow ran like a diagnostic as to whether like and then they made that. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
you
It's hard to buy it if you're interested in pictures of the city.
I have a restaurant, I need more, I want, and I just say, I'm sorry, and then people that are you down,
Okay, we only have 5 minutes left before it's time to switch, or it's time to move on to analytics next program.
I'm looking to do the.
But I mean,
it's direction. And that's even virtual. Really?
So what was the color? So you had to go somewhere.
I think.
So you had to go somewhere.
Yeah, back to your seats. You want to stay where you are, either way is fine with me. And know that people are very happy.
And that
but it's not a random. If everybody wants to just grab a seat, we can talk about big ideas for a few minutes before you have to move on. Is that your water or mine?
Yours. Okay. Well, it's not mine, but it's.
Yes. That one's yours. So first, I'd like to thank you all for coming today and participating in the Big Ideas Roundtable discussion. We're just wrapping up, so. What did you think? Did it work well? After you got off of that rocky start, did it work okay? You were able to share ideas? Would you do it again? Yes, yes, no? Anybody?
No.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of hard in a group of, 5 different groups to get enough time to really delve into the subjects, but if you can touch on the big ideas, I think that everybody has a lot to share. Now, at least in your groups, you probably have met at least 3 people that are also at Podcamp that you might not have known before. So, part networking. In one of my descriptions, I called it sort of like speed dating, but not as creepy. Did you find that? Did you find that to be the case?
Yeah.
That you did get to know some people here, and it's people that you might continue talking with about social media after the fact? Okay, who was in the blue group to start? Okay, why don't you share with us one of your big ideas? The blue group was LinkedIn. What was one of your big ideas about LinkedIn?
It was business oriented.
Sure.
It's pretty much like your resume, your portfolio, all that out for the world to see.
Does everybody agree? Anybody disagree? Pretty much consensus, right? LinkedIn is really where the business audience is. So if you're trying to reach that group of businessmen that don't use any other social media because they're all afraid, then LinkedIn is the place for you. Again, I said I was with an architecture firm. We get the most return on our investment of posts at LinkedIn because that's really where our biggest audience is. Okay, who was at the pink group? Who started at the pink group? Started at the pink group, sorry. Okay, pink group was Instagram. What is one big idea about Instagram?
I'm trying to go back to the platform. I think the biggest thing we said it's your visual Twitter. It's your visual Twitter.
Okay.
Image is king.
Images is king. Images are king. Images is. Having trouble with my English. That doesn't bode well for the next session. Yes, obviously, Instagram is visual. A younger audience for Instagram. We talked about that with a couple of the groups. Maybe the college age, not quite as young as Snapchat. When we were in Snapchat, we're talking about the youngsters just getting into social media. Yes?
Do you think that after Twitter accepted photos to be posted, did that take away the audience for Instagram?
I don't think so. I think Instagram is actually one of the fastest growing social networks right now. I don't know that Twitter's worked it out as much as they needed to. How many of you use a third-party app for Twitter? Use Hootsuite, TweetDeck. We heard some other ideas. Echo Phone. In the third-party apps, the photos sometimes show up. Hootsuite just decided to include that as an upgrade, like as a addition or an upgrade, I hate to call it. So a lot of times in Twitter, it still shows as a link when you share a photo with it. So it's working on it, but it hasn't replaced it yet. And I think the fact that Facebook does own Instagram, I think that it has a lot of revenue behind it that will only help it grow. We all kind of agreed that we would like to see Instagram incorporate some more features, right? Links, whether either on the image or in the text. We would like to be able to link with 1 click, not 3, right? We also agreed that Instagram was kind of like your favorite magazine that you subscribed to 10 years ago, right? You can scroll through Instagram very leisurely and enjoy the things that you choose to see, right? You pick what you want to be in that magazine, and that's your Instagram account. The idea is, how do you do that for business, right? How do you make that work for your small business? If you're promoting something that you want to sell ultimately, how do you do that with Instagram? That's what we need to figure out. Some people have
Managing it for business is difficult.
managing it for business. Yeah, absolutely. Right, it's time consuming. You can only do it from your phone. Your media is often on a computer somewhere. Getting those two together is definitely a challenge. Okay, what else do we have? Twitter. Who had a big idea? Who started out in the Twitter group, the green group? Okay, what was some of the big ideas from Twitter?
We use it for professional development,
Okay.
expand our personal learning
Connect with your networks, right? It's where you can make connections. You can connect with people like Chris Rogan in Boston. You can connect with people in Australia, and everybody's on Twitter. Okay, we're out of time. Sorry, thank you for coming. I appreciate your efforts, and I hope you enjoyed it.
I think they got to name them.
We didn't get more.
Those are the score manuals. Thank you.
Did you enjoy it? Good, good, good. It was a little rough to start, but I think once people got the idea, it sort of rolled along, so that was good. Sean, I heard you say you were at class.
Yes.
Or redesign. Hopefully it's good.
Bruce Lee's what they're.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. That was one of our projects.
And I wrote down your Twitter.
Yes.
From the barracks or stuff.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. I know. I was, yeah, we see the labs, we do a lot of labs, yeah. And so it's a lot of labs and on Twitter, so, and I think that it's but like what was saying, yeah, but yeah, it's, feel free.
Thanks, ma'am.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yes. Okay.
I spent a couple of years working as a recruiting director.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, that was my great work.
Yes.
I never get back into that.
Well, I would start with the AIA, right? That's probably the best place. The AIA posts job opportunities, right? And you can network through the AIA. So go to AIA events, start to meet people that are involved in architecture firms that actually have the opportunity to hire. They have the ability to say, yes, I'm in marketing, so I can't hire you, unfortunately. But that would be my recommendation. And then, you know, keep an eye on the Master Builders Association and the Engineers Society, because their people are going to know, they're going to have connections with people that are hiring. Okay? Hello, everyone. Don't mind the mess. That's what my office looks like. You're all here for creating a content calendar. Okay. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to have to spend my time cleaning when I'm done. Take everything down off the walls and clean down the papers. How was your first session? If you weren't here, how was your first session? Good? Good? Okay. Having a good time at Podcamp so far? Okay. We're already running just a little bit late, and I have no idea how long my talk is going to talk, but this is creating a content calendar. My name is Patty Swisher. I am the Vice President of Corporate Communications for IKM. It's a Pittsburgh-based architectural firm. We do projects like Phipps Conservatory, the Penn State Creamery, the Hillman Cancer Center, the WVU Alumni Center. I haven't done anything at Point Park yet, and that's a problem. We got to get work on that. So we are going to talk about creating a content calendar. And the description in the Podcamp program said that we would cover tools, theories, and techniques. So I will do my best to cover those three, and hopefully we can have a bit of a discussion as we go. I don't have a clicker for changing the slides, so I'm a bit chained to the podium over here. I have my clicker, but it doesn't have the piece that connects to the computer.
I have one if you'd like one. So mine is one.
I'm
Did
sorry.
I say something about Apple dongles being?
Yes, but I'm not using an Apple, so I think I'm safe from that one. I don't have the Apple dongle disease. I think if you use an Apple.
It was in the Twitter feed for Podcamp.
Yes, because if you're bringing a Apple computer to connect to the Point Park system, you need to have. Come on in, find a seat. Welcome. We're talking content calendars. So we said we were going to cover tools, techniques, yes, theories.
Yeah, just I wonder before you get into all of this.
Sure. So a content calendar is basically an organizing element that helps you decide what to post where and when. Good enough? Does that kind of cover it? So you have all these social media accounts, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. And if you're a small business, a solopreneur, and you have to do the creating of the product, the selling of the product, the inventory, the buying, all of the things that come with having a business, right? How do you decide what to post when? Is it just when you get a chance, right? How do you create a message that reaches your audience that helps you to sell your product? So one of the things I discovered when I started researching this topic of content calendars is that there are a bazillion options for content calendar tools. And they range from free to so expensive that you can't imagine. But if you are working for an enterprise company like Coca-Cola or Sony, and you have people all over the world managing your social media accounts, a content calendar is almost essential, and you need to pay the big bucks in order to organize all of that so that people can have access to it and everybody's on the same page with the message. So Google Docs or an Excel spreadsheet is the free version. And if you're a small business, I'd recommend starting here, if it's not with a piece of paper and pencil. Essentially, you set up a spreadsheet that includes topics like what your blog title is. What are the general topics in the area of the month that you want to post in? What's your target publication date? You might have which social media account you wish to use it. You can customize your spreadsheet for the items that are important to you. And you can also share it. So if it is a Google Doc, multiple people can have access to it. If it's a spreadsheet, you can store it on a server where multiple people can access it on a server. And again, essentially, it's free. Post is one of the big paid platforms. At least $100 a month, depending on what you buy. More if you have a bigger group. The nice thing about Post is that it color codes everything so that you can see at a glance what items you have posted. And we'll get into what those items are in a bit. But the idea is really just to look at. This is an example of a content calendar that you can pay for. It claims to be the largest and best known. However, I haven't heard of it before, so not that I'm the be-all and end-all of content calendars. But so you can see that it does things like it tracks tasks. You can see the actual post, and you can make the post from inside the post. And then again, you can see the calendar where it's color-coded. WordPress. How many of you use WordPress for a blog? WordPress has an editorial calendar plugin, which is free. Notice this one different from the one previous. Not too many colors here, right? Everything's all the same color. So when you look at it at a glance, you really don't get an idea of what you have to do when. You really have to dig into it. It certainly keeps track of it, but it's not very flashy. And that's what you get with the free plugin. And one of its claims, of course, is it's easy to use. That you can drag and drop. If you decide you want to use your Facebook post on a Thursday instead of a Friday, you just drag it over to Thursday, and you keep track of it that way. How many of you are familiar with HubSpot? Do you know HubSpot? If you don't, it's a great resource where you can learn. Okay, HubSpot does sell a lot of products, but they also offer free tools. And their content calendar template, you can see here, theirs is based on a week. That's the other thing. They can be annual, monthly, weekly. We'll talk about that in a bit too. So it's very much like a spreadsheet. Topic or title, content details, keywords, target personas, and what is your offer or call to action. Again, if you're trying to sell something, you want to encourage people to actually do something with your post. You want them to like it. You want them to buy something. You want them to sign up for your email newsletter. So that's your call to action. Co-schedule. Co-schedule was very intriguing to me. It is a version of the free WordPress plugin that you have to pay for. So Co-schedule takes the WordPress plugin a step further. It does offer a little bit of assignments, a little bit more color, so it's a more visual. I don't know about you, but I'm a very visual person, obviously with my pink, green, and blue around the room. I remember things visually. So it spurs me to understand just at a glance, based on the colors that I set up and the things that I want to do. So Co-schedule offers that opportunity. And it also claims to be able to schedule videos, which is interesting. And as I said, the list goes on and on. Hootsuite offers a content or an editorial calendar. Social Class, Inbound Writer, Basecamp. Basecamp is more of a project management software in my opinion, but apparently it has some content calendar tools in it as well. We'd be here all day just talking about the options if we covered options. So that was what tools are available, things that you can use to create a content calendar. Then we can talk a little bit about theories. Why do we need a content calendar? Why are content calendars important? They're important because they help you target your audience, right? When you start putting things out on a calendar and scheduling it 12 months in a row, you say to yourself, what do I want to tell people for 12 months? Right? What's important about my business that I'm going to tell them every month for 12 months that's going to encourage them to buy my product? I'm a big Zig Ziglar fan, so I included, if you aim at nothing, you will hit it every time. Zig said that. It's almost like Wayne Gretzky. You miss 100% of the shots you don't make. Right? You got to take the shot if you want to go in the net. Content calendars help you provide value to your audience. You know, if you talked about the product features this week, you want to talk about the product benefits next week. They force you to think further than today or tomorrow. Again, when you're looking at 12 months and you got to say, what am I going to tell these people for 12 months? Putting it down on a piece of paper, coming up with a plan, helps you decide what your messages need to be. I talked about the products on the first week of the month. Maybe the first week of the next month, I'll talk about the products of a different product. Because they've already learned everything they can about this product. What other products do I sell that I want my audience to know about? So you have to think further. You have to think, you can think quarterly, you can think seasonally. But it gets you beyond, what am I going to post today? What am I going to tell them today? We have those ideas too. Calendars help you integrate across social mediums to different audiences. In the last session, we talked about Twitter and LinkedIn and Instagram. And you all agree that your messages might need to be different on each of those platforms. You're not going to share on Instagram with the younger audience what you might share on LinkedIn with the guys in suits that are afraid of social media. Your message is going to be a little different. So by laying it out, it allows you to think about how your message needs to be different and what things you need to create in order to share with those audiences. Your tone on LinkedIn is going to be much more staunch and professional than it is going to be on Happy Instagram where you're talking about your fried eggs and bacon. And that's okay. You can be fun and happy over here, and you can be more serious and to the point and targeted over here. Once you create your first content calendar, you will use it again and again. Because some things don't change. Winter always comes. Sad as it is, right? This weekend, kids everywhere are moving into their college dorms, right? You can count on that. Every end of August, a new crop of kids are moving into their college dorms, right? So if that's your audience, that happens year after year after year. It helps you to organize your resources. Again, if you're a solopreneur and you have to do it all, you don't have time to do this every year. You have other more important things to generate revenue, to make your business work, than to create a content calendar. But if you can quickly flip back to the one that you had and update a few items based on things that you've changed, then it's a guide, it's a map of what you can use for your social media marketing. And if you're working with multiple people, if you have more than just yourself creating all of this content, then it gets everybody on the same map. It drives teamwork. If you create it together as a team, then there's buy-in. And everybody can use the same map because they all have a vested interest. They all help put it together. So it generates internal teamwork as well. On those days that you're stuck and you just don't know what to post, your calendar gives you ideas. You go, oh, I forgot that the kids were moving into college this week, right? I don't have any kids that are in college age, so that really didn't occur to me. Or I didn't realize that it was Beer Fest, and I sell a product that goes great with beer. I sell homemade pretzels. So I want to reach all of those Beer Fest people with my pretzels. So your calendar can help you generate ideas. And it also is a check and balance. That drumbeat approach. Oh, I haven't looked at my calendar. What am I supposed to be doing this week? Right? It's a reminder. It's a tool that you can use to follow up and remind you what you wanted to do at this time of year, at this day, at this week. It can help you set expectations with your audience. You know, if you post once a week on Facebook, your audience begins to learn that you're only going to be there on Tuesdays. So by using your calendar to set those deadlines for yourself, it helps to set expectations with your audience. Thursday is my favorite day on Twitter. I find the most useful stuff on Thursdays. So every Thursday I try to remind myself to go on Twitter, because everybody that has blog posts Thursday, I get all the new stuff. They may have posted it Monday and Tuesday, but it's very sporadic. And I like to learn about social media stuff, so Thursdays are my day. And it can help you create loyal brand evangelists. So when you're talking about theories, and you're talking about a content calendar, what are content items that you should include in your calendar? Infographics and charts are big, right? So if you want to do an infographic or a chart in September, when do you have to start creating that? Maybe now, right? If you only have a few minutes every day to work on it, you need to start now so that you have that chart ready to go for your post in September. Company news and announcements, ebooks, obviously regular blog posts. All of these items you can schedule into your content calendar that give you an idea of things that you can do for your posts for your business. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't take away the serendipity of a trending item for the day, something that connects with your business and your audience, but you can't react to happenings that are present. It just is that fallback guide that allows you to have a roadmap of where you're going. Seasonal content, as we mentioned before. Oops. Content calendar techniques. It doesn't have to be rocket science to create a content calendar. If I can do it, you definitely all can do it. Think about it as a 12-month calendar, right? Start really big and broad. 12 months. What happens in each of those 12 months? What are common occurrences? You know, we talked about students moving into their dorm rooms. In January, what happens every year? There's a New Year's Day. What do people do in January? They make resolutions, right? Everybody makes resolutions. Chris Brogan actually, I think, has a cool idea about resolutions, where he says, focus your resolutions on 3 things and narrow them down to a single word. It's the best way to remember your resolutions throughout the year if you only have to remember 3 words. One of my resolutions is networking. It's 1 word, right? So think about 12 months. Think about things that happen every year. You put those in one column. Then think about your key audiences. Can you narrow your audience down to 4 different groups? Can you narrow them down by target markets or goals? How many of you have heard of buyer personas? It's a big social media word these days. You know, every now and then they get these hot topics for personal branding, buyer personas, right? They create their own vocabulary, their own jargon. If you can identify buyer personas for your business or service, then you can help target your messages. And then you get into, what are your key messages? Do you have certain goals for your business for the year? You need to tie those into what you're posting, right? If you want to sell more of product A, if that's one of your business goals, then you need to think about, what are the messages around product A that I need to tell people so that they want to buy it? And that will help drive your content types. Are you familiar with content pillars? It's not an item that I use. Have you heard of content pillars? Ad agencies use content pillars to boil down their messages into key ideas. So I've heard the example from friends at the Blattner agency, or Bruner agency. Used to be Blattner Bruner, now it's just Bruner. At the Bruner agency, where one of their big clients is Huffy, the bikes, right? So their content pillars are something like family activities, outdoors, and something around bikes, right? But they have content pillars that are sort of the overarching broad ideas about the messages that they want to share. They need to decide if each message they create fits into one of those content pillars. That's the general idea about pillars.
So like the blog categories.
They could be blog categories, yep. They could be blog categories. Again, start broad. Fill in common events and trends, seasonal activities, and move to industry events. Told you I was in the architecture business. We look for conferences about higher education design, healthcare design, real estate, right? So we want to know when those big conferences are, because we're going to focus some of our activities around those conferences. What are the things in your business or with your personal service that you would say are common events that happen year after year? Podcamp happens, it's been happening for 10 years, right? So you network at Podcamp so that you can generate business for yourself or network with other people to find a new job. You might want to put that in if you're doing a personal blog. And then you need to get down to the company specific level, as we were talking about. What are the messages that you want to share, and fill those into the calendar next. Does that sound reasonable? Following along so far? So into the techniques and the key ideas, we can talk about target audiences, right? How do we identify target audiences? Through personas, target markets, and goals. So when you think about target markets, you can think about geographically. ICAM is a regional firm. We operate in the tri-state area. So we want to identify people in the tri-state area that would buy architectural services from us, right? If you're a small coffee shop, what is your geographic target to selling your coffee? You would think it would maybe be in a 5 or 10 mile radius of your coffee shop. Might be 15 if people really start talking about it and say, hey, you need to go to that coffee shop because they got the best strudel. Or are you an international firm, and how do you think of it that way? So you can target your audience geographically. How about demographically? Right? I was talking in one of the groups in the first session about shoes and Nike tennis shoes and tennis shoes. Guys like tennis shoes, right? So they're guys. Their gender, right? Age. What age are they? They have some disposable income that they can spend on shoes, right? They're not supporting 2 kids that eat you out of house and home, and you don't have to buy a $100 pair of shoes every week, right? You can target your market by education level, right? Are you targeting professional engineers that usually have at least a higher education degree, maybe a master's degree? How do you reach that? But you can separate your market that way. That means all the housewives aren't on your target market. What are their hobbies? If you sell model trains, you want model train enthusiasts as your target market. You don't want the shoe buyers, right? How about personal values or opinions? We're into the political season right now, right? We got all these crazies running for president of the United States, right? They have opinions, don't they? You can target by opinions. Behavioral. What about the people that have purchased from you in the past? Can you collect those into a group, and how do you talk to them? Because if you want them to be repeat buyers, Your message might be different than if they have never purchased from you before. And you can code your message based on the target stage in the buying journey, right? Have you all heard of the buying cycle? So when you're thinking about a content calendar, you would have different messages based on where somebody is in the buying cycle. Awareness, consideration, evaluation, purchase. Those are the general basic steps. You can see more, you can see less in the buying cycle. What is this statistic these days? 65% of the people that 65% of the people that contact you have already researched your business online. They have already done their awareness and consideration. They're done to evaluation at this stage. They're already halfway through, more than halfway through the buying cycle in their mind, right? You might not think about it that way, but you need to get your message out there to generate awareness, right? To be even considered for them to buy your product. You want to be on that short list of choices so that ultimately they do. So when you're putting out messages for building awareness, you're reaching the broadest audience. What type of information can you provide? And what do you want to put on your content calendar that reaches this audience? This is where you want to put your blogs, right? You want your blog to reach the largest audience because that helps people become aware of what your product is. You want to share infographics, something that catches their eye, right? Oh, I want to learn a little bit more about this company. And you want to sell them on product features. So if I decide that I'm in the market for a new car, I'm going to go on Google and I'm going to search local car companies, right? Because I've become a prospect for car companies in a geographic area where I'm willing to go and buy my new car. And I have a certain price point that I'm going to buy that car at. So if I'm putting social media out there regularly, because I'm Bob Smith Ford, and I'm talking about all of the features of the cars that I have, or the buying process that you're going to find at Bob Smith Ford, or what a wonderful guy Joe Stanley Marks is that sells cars at Bob Smith Ford, or Mary, Susie, whatever, what she sells at Bob Smith Ford, right? If they come to the top of my Google search, I'm going to click on them, right? How many people go to the second page after they Google search? Nobody, right? Very few, or a small percentage, should we say. So after you've done some research, the buyer is going to do their research and want to become a lead. I want to find out who those people are that are looking for my product or service. So those people that have clicked on something, I want to start telling them about the benefits of my product or service. And I want to make sure that my content calendar ideas reflect that group of people. Right? So I have a group of people that are going to get features, and I have a group of people, as I'm narrowing my targets by where they are in the buying cycle, that have moved a step further in the buying cycle, and I need to sell them on the benefits of my product. I've made it from the list of 100 down to the list of 50 at this point. So they're going to be looking for deeper information about what it is they're going to purchase. They want to do longer reads, right? They really want to know the details. So you're going to share white papers, ebooks, research studies, reports. You want to make sure those things are included in your content calendar at a certain period so that you're sure to share information to reach that audience. Again, you're standing at that aisle in the grocery store with all of the pain relievers. You relieve the Tylenol, the Advil, and you're not sure what to buy. How about a free trial? Can you offer somebody that's clicked on your blog or your website 10 times, can you offer them a free trial of your product so that they develop a bond with your product and ultimately want to buy it? Can you offer them a demo? Do you have a YouTube video that offers a demo of your product or service that you want to serve up to this group? And if so, how do you put that in your content calendar so that it gets to the right people? Because you're trying to reel them in at this point, right? You want them to make the purchase. So you need to answer the questions that they still have in their mind to be comfortable to make their purchase. How about testimonials of other buyers, right? If you can share with people another satisfied client, hey, that lady that's saying that looks just like me. She must have liked that. Maybe it'll work as well for me as it did for her. These are the types of pieces that you want to put in your content calendar for this stage. Comparing apples and oranges. You want to compare apples and apples, right? And again, if you're trying to move them through the buying cycle, limited time offers, special offers just for them. You need to make that emotional connection or logical connection with that potential buyer. And you do that through your messages. And finally, they make a selection or a purchase. You've led them down the path with all of your content. How do you bring them back again? How do you make them loyal, right? How do you reinforce their purchase decision that they made the right choice with your product? Through the messages that you share. Can you have special customer loyalty or reward programs? Do you have an event every year where you celebrate or thank your customers? Do you need to move them to that list? How about frequently asked questions? You know, if I buy a new car and now it has Wi-Fi in it, or I can get Wi-Fi in it, and I have no idea how to do that, but I'm looking at going on a trip for summer vacation, and I need to know about Wi-Fi. I'm going to go back to that website and see if there's any frequently asked questions where I can get the information that I need that reinforces my purchase decision. If I find it, I'm a happy customer, and I might come back, or I might tell my friends about it. So again, researching the topic, we talked about a buyer persona, and it's a representation of your customer based on those different target areas that we said. It can be demographics, it can be geographic, right? You can collect them in whatever way makes the most sense for your business. This is just one example. You know, it talks about how they want to engage, what they're willing to give up, right? I couldn't even tell you where this is from. How can I best help you? I have a couple examples of buyer personas. So the first two groups are the 18 to 32s, and the second two groups are the 22 to 40s. There's probably some overlap there, right? But you can think about your own customer, or the people that read your blog, and divide the demographics and what those groups want. You know, you might have a gamer, you might have a tech geek. Are they one and the same? They might be. They might not be. But if you identify them, you can understand what words are important to them. You know, what are the pain points that your product serves that can help them to choose your product. By identifying these, they can inform what you put in your content calendar. Have any of you heard of Hub, Hero, and Hygiene content? Hub, Hero, and Hygiene content. These are terms coined by YouTube. There's a great guide if you Google it. Hub content is the stuff that you develop regularly, right? It's the hub. And all of these can be on your own site. Hero content is that stuff in that initial buying stage, right? You're pushing out your messages. What would your Super Bowl moment be? That's some hero content. Big ideas. Hygiene. You get that from what people are typing into their Google searches, right? What are the keywords that people are finding you with? That's your hygiene content. Again, you can categorize your posts in your content calendar. If you want to get into this level of detail, by all means you don't have to, but you certainly can. But you can categorize your posts as Hub, Hero, or Hygiene, if that works for you. If that's a way that you can identify what your messages need to be. There's a little bit more of a description about those three categories. Right, hero, go big. You want to know what your reach is. Impressions. Again, Hub content, regularly scheduled. Think regular with Hub. What's the frequency? Do people share that content? You want them to share it. And again, hygiene. It's the keywords in the Google search, right? What are people actively searching to find you? So this is really just an organizing element. Don't get thrown off by the terms that Google describes them as Hub, Hero, Hygiene. That's just the organizing element. So think in terms of your own content. What things are people searching for you? YouTube calls that hygiene. You don't have to. So do we have time to brainstorm? Does anybody want to be a volunteer? Talk about their topic, their business.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Well, tell us what you do.
I blog as Jackie Ryan Masick. I own ljschool.com, SKOOL.com, which started out as a homeschool blog because I home educate my two sons. I recently had an extremely viral post about using rubber bands to remind yourself to catch your kid doing something good 3 times during the day. It's seen by about 700,000 people since November.
Wow. That's excellent. Thanks. Definitely something to blog about, right? Yep. Okay, so your business is generally around the topic of homeschooling? Right. Okay, so that's not too general, right? I'm not generalizing it too much.
No, that's, yeah.
Okay. So if you were going to create a content calendar, should we start in August for purposes of school year, right? It can be as easy as a piece of paper and a pencil, right? So what are the big things that happen in August?
Right now, people actually getting ready for October, for Halloween.
Okay.
I need to be doing,
All right, well, we're going to pretend that it's just me. And we're preparing for August. Okay?
so I should be, back to school.
Right, back to school.
Right now the big thing is homeschool planners for lesson planning.
Planners, how about supplies?
Absolutely. Who's having the sales?
Right.
What do you need for what grade? That kind of thing. What laminator printer do you have from Amazon? Here are the links.
Okay. Printers, right?
Right.
So printers and tech equipment.
Absolutely.
Whether you're going to use an iPad or a laptop.
I get about 98% of my traffic from iPads and iPhones.
Okay, that's great. So then that means that when you create your content, right, you have to make sure that it looks good on iPads and iPhones, right? Because that's where people are seeing it. So you don't want something that shows great on a PC, but when it gets to an iPhone, it's about this big and people can't see it, right? We didn't even talk about platform. I need to add that to my talk, right? Okay, so that's the general idea around recurring things that happen every August, right? So when you're thinking about blog posts, you can do one about each of these. That gives you one a week. That's 4 weeks. You're good for August, right? Now you can do one a day. You can break it down. That sort of, thing as far as. How about September? So if you covered all these basics in August, what are you going to talk about in September? What are the big ideas? Okay, because you need to shop for your costumes because they're going to be all sold out. Exactly. Right? Halloween is coming. Right? What else happens in September every year that affects homeschoolers?
Actually, at that point, homeschool burnout.
Really?
I thought this was going to be wonderful.
Wow.
I thought this was going to be the best curriculum. This isn't going to work at all. My kid hates it.
Challenges. So your target audience is probably women, right?
Yes.
Mothers.
Yes.
Have elected to do homeschooling.
Yeah.
You have a small demographic that might be men, but I would say the larger portion, 95% or greater, is probably women.
Yeah, and it's actually surprising. At first I thought it was going to be 35 to 45. It's actually 28 to 35.
Okay, that's very interesting. So the demographic's 28 to 35-year-old women
who are very tech savvy.
You would think, right?
Yeah.
So what kind of messages would you share with them that they would identify with being 28, 35, and tech savvy?
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Okay, how about the audience? Any suggestions?
What apps work? Like which app do you use? Do you have a specific app?
What apps are relevant?
Which apps?
Right, because they're on their iPhones and their iPads.
Educational games too. A good list of those.
That make learning fun,
Yes.
right?
Websites, resources.
Well, that's I definitely share online interactive games, websites, videos. I have a YouTube plugin that takes out the you know how when after it plays it shows the next video. It doesn't show that at all. It's just called Super YouTube plugin. So it's safe.
And you don't want your kids going on to the next video, right?
Right.
But making meth in your basement.
Yeah. What about internet safety?
There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's great.
What about sports and social events?
Yeah, everyone's looking for the closest co-op classes or starting their own co-op.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
A co-op is when a bunch of homeschool families get together and they say, I don't want to teach math. I'll teach your kid English if you teach my kid math, kind of thing.
Okay.
It's usually once a week.
Yeah, so if my strong suit is English and your strong suit is math, then the kids are getting the best of both, right?
Exactly.
Very interesting. Okay, so we have the target audience, right? We have some topic ideas. We have sort of the calendar ideas that you can connect them to, right? How about where are you going to share them? Are you going to share them on Facebook? Do you have a Facebook group?
I started a Facebook group. It's not very active.
Okay.
Because another thing that I try to hit on is ADHD. My group usually doesn't start out homeschooling. they are kind of drawn into it because the public schools aren't meeting their kids' needs.
Okay.
But someone else started another ADHD homeschool group that's very active. And I haven't quite figured out how to steal that audience. I mean borrow, absolutely borrow.
Collaborate.
Right, there we go.
Yes. Yes. No, I think that it could be definitely a shared audience. You have shared ideas and needs, right? So you don't need to co-opt them, but you could become a resource for that group, right? If you have ideas to share, blog posts that you've written, you share them through that group. It gives them content, right? And it also expands your reach. You get to reach that group. So I would strongly encourage you to join it if you hadn't.
Yeah. Just kind of sitting back watching.
Right, sure. Well, there's definitely a thing in social media where you have to learn the etiquette rules of different platforms and different groups. So I think by just lurking, as it's known, allows you to begin to understand what the rules of etiquette are for that group and how much engagement there really is. To you as an outsider, it might look like there's a lot of engagement, but there really might not be. They might just post more often, right? So get an idea or sense of how often they do post and how much response and reaction they do get, and evaluate it from there. Okay, so what else would help you to create a content calendar for your particular service? Do you think about your posts in terms of keywords? So you talk about the breakdowns of your blog, right? The categories of your blog.
Right.
Essentially keywords?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about special needs as one of those. Co-ops might be one of those. What do people identify with that are homeschoolers that they might be searching for as keywords, as resources for their particular need?
Well, for example, I'm teaching math, higher math. It's fine teaching the plus, minus, and that kind of thing. But when you get to algebra, people freak out.
It's been a lot of years since we've all had algebra, right?
Yeah. And even then, we may not have done that well.
Yes.
Well at it. So that's what I started to do is break it down into. I've done some reviews for a homeschool curriculum provider on that. I think breaking it down into with chapters, not just fractions, but how to add quarter fractions, how to do.
So, but would your keywords be bigger than that? Would they be teaching algebra? Would they be algebra curriculum, or hurdles in algebra? I don't know.
Exactly, things like that.
Okay. So you can generate a list of posts. Algebra is not something that happens only in September, right? Algebra happens in September, October, November, December, January. So you want to make sure in your calendar that you have a post about algebra, if that's one of your key areas, every month at a minimum, right? Or you can tell your audience that a month that is slow, that they might be able to look for more things online. November is going to be algebra month. All of my posts every November are going to be about algebra. Then they go to your history when they want to see things that are about algebra, right? I would suggest the first way. Every month you'll post about algebra. And then if you want to collect them all in 1 month and say, these were my biggest viewed posts in algebra that you might like.
That's an ebook.
That's an ebook. Right, it becomes an ebook. Perfect.
If you do that as a secondary post, like say your main day is Tuesday, your new post is on Tuesday, and then on Thursday, say in December, I'm going to put the 4 biggest algebra posts up on.
Sure. It's really up to you and what your audience will latch on to, right? Because your audience really dictates very much of what you do, right? If you have your messages that you want to be sure to share, but they latch on to the ones that really they identify with. So how about somebody else? Does anybody else want to talk about their specific subject? Yes.
I do have a blog that is about, it's called School City Blog.
Okay.
So it's kind of two too broad, I think.
Okay.
I want to cover everything about Pittsburgh, all at once. So I'm trying to focus it down.
I'm trying to narrow your message.
Yeah, because I don't homeschool, so but I have friends that do. I don't homeschool, so maybe I will talk about that.
You talk about things that are important to moms
Yes.
in the Pittsburgh region.
Yeah. So events happening, deals. I keep on telling them talk about that. Then I start getting okay. This is the three things I want. So when you were saying content calendar, do you just use paper? Or do you have an app that you recommend? Or I mean, like, or is it like a plugin?
Yes. Yes, yes, and yes.
Okay.
When I'm working with a group, I have in the architecture firm, we have 5 principal architects and we have 6 associate architects, and then we have everybody else, right? But sometimes we're in a group, in a room of 13 people, and we're deciding, doing our annual planning about what our messages are going to be. I usually start with paper, because you can put 12 sheets of paper on a wall, and everybody can see where you're starting from. And everybody shouts out their ideas, right? And you can record them on a piece of paper. There's ghosts. And it's a, yes. Well, that's because I got the Staples brand above the buyer's choices, right? So when you put it all on a piece of paper and it's stuck on a wall, then the paper and pencil works. You can use a tablet. If it's just you, you can use your tablet and, rule out 12 months if you want to go that far. But you can only think 3 months at a time. But obviously, Jackie already she knows that in September, people are worried about Halloween, which is the end of October. She knows that if it's August already, I better already have my act together about what I'm going to do for August, right? So when you're thinking 12 months at a time, it sort of gives you a contained area to think about. Well, spring, summer, winter, and fall. Your activities in spring are going to be different than your activities in the winter. It helps to organize your mind about the topics that you want to cover. And then you just have to pick, right? At some point, you just have to pick. I'm not going to talk about ADHD. I'm going to talk about other special needs. Or I am going to talk only about ADHD, because there's kids on the spectrum that have certain needs that they need to deal with. So at some point, you have to pick. And again, it also can be categories. You can do once a month where you talk about things to do in the city. Once a month where you talk about kids' favorite foods. Once a month where you talk about dealing with tweens, the kids that are in between. They're not quite teenagers and they're not really youth. They're in between. What do you do with those kids? They're too big for summer camps. They're not big enough to stay home by themselves. What do you do with those kids when you go to work every day, right? So it's about a planning process. And if you have one person or if you have 13 people in the room, getting it down on a piece of paper helps everybody to focus their ideas. And then if you need contributing writers, right? What if you decide that there's a subject that you don't have the expertise of, but your audience wants to know more about that subject? You can plan ahead and recruit a contributing writer to your blog. Say, hey, I'd really like to hear more about this. Would you let me interview you for a blog post? Or would you like to write a blog post for me? If you have that on a calendar, it helps to organize your ideas. So any other thoughts that you want to put up?
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to think of the seasons.
Right, and you can do it in small chunks. If 12 months seems overwhelming, do it a quarter at a time. Right? Plan for the last quarter right now. So, what is it? November, December, October, November, December. Yeah, thank you. Thinking on the fly. I have August, September, October, right? So October, November, December. What are you going to write about in those 3 months? That's winter, essentially. So, and then once you're midway through that quarter, you can start thinking about the next 3. At the end of 12 months, you'll have that whole 12-month guide. But next year, you can go back and say, okay, did this work well? Did this not work well? Well, I want to do this again. Follow up what has changed since last year. All right? Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions for the good of the group?
Is
Well, for WordPress.
I mean, my phone is attached to my head.
What's that?
It says attached to my hand, but so I'm constantly on it, and I feel like in the middle, I have a 3-year-old, so in the middle of eating her lunch, I'm like, okay, you know, I'm searching for this or that. So me, I think it has to be technology. It has to be.
I like to use Trello. And that's an app.
What do you use?
Trello.
Trello, Trello?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's an app for what?
Kind of like Compose, you know, you can do different colors, you can schedule when you're going to write things, you can see there the process. It is.
You could use your Outlook calendar. You know, you could schedule it on Outlook. You can categorize by color on Outlook. I mean, it comes with your Microsoft Office. HubSpot has the template that's more like an Excel spreadsheet, so that's not really going to be useful on your phone.
Or I could just do it, have, like you were saying, have a paper in the house, like in the house, you know, and then I can kind of go past that. I can say, okay, well, first, you know,
A whiteboard.
yeah.
You know, you have a whiteboard that's broken down into 4 calendars that you can change the numbers on and change the heading on every month. You can use that. Post-it notes. You can use color-coded post-it notes that fit on the whiteboard, right? You can do pink for, you know, activities and blue for sports and posts for girls, posts for boys, right?
Like, just all the colors.
I'm sorry. Hey, the previous group proved me right. All the boys picked the blue pieces of paper. So.
That'll show Target.
What's that?
That'll show Target.
Yes, right. So we did talk about some tools, right? Whether it's HubSpot or Google Documents with an Excel spreadsheet or Hootsuite. I encourage you to look up Hootsuite because they offer some templates as well. We talked about theories and about why you should do it. And you've all kind of shared, you know, that it helps to organize your thoughts to create a content calendar. And then just in the past couple minutes, the techniques, whether it's a whiteboard, a piece of paper, and a pencil, or a spreadsheet that you use on your computer, those are all things that you can do to create your content calendar. It's just about time for lunch. If anybody has any questions, I'll be here for a couple minutes. I thank you for coming and visiting and spending some time, and I hope it was useful. Yes. Mine's on a flash drive. Okay. Yep, I brought my laptop.
Oh, so you did bring your
But I didn't use it. I just have a flash drive. It's plugged in right here. Perfect. I brought my own thing, but there's no little dongle to connect to. So I didn't use it. I was disappointed when I opened it and I couldn't find it. And then it's already hooked up to the internet too. So yep, well, something like that. I believe so.
and like the screen going on that one.
Yep. I plugged it in and recognized my device. Well, there are people here for Podcamp. Mike and Missy Soar are both available. And I did have an IT person come in this morning. I didn't see them for the 11 o'clock session, but they said, okay, and so they're very helpful that way. So did you skip them? No, I came in at 8:30 and started sticking my papers around the wall. Went to the keynote and then thank you for coming.
So nice, thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Definitely. I did a program last year that was about creating content people love, and at the end I touched on content calendars.
Yeah.
And everybody really wanted to know more about content calendars. So I'm like, next year I'll do content calendars. So I think there's another session about content calendars too, which I think it's like content calendar now what?
Oh, okay.
So I would look for that in the program if you're interested. I don't know who's given that session, but it sounds like a good one to follow up.
Yeah, 'cause I'm big on automating and streamlining this stuff because it can be a bit much. And I actually have a podcast
Okay. And so one thing I just did, I'm so excited about is Calendly. So like I literally send people links, and I've already set up when I'm available, and they just plug in a time I get the email.
Yeah.
Because there was so much back and forth. Like, I don't know, this day. And then it forced me to like pin down like and set times instead of just saying I'm available.
Is there a monthly fee for that?
This I have the free one, but I'm only able to have one event.
Okay.
Which is okay for now, but I'm like, okay, if I start like a coaching thing or something else, then you're paying like $8 a month for Calendly, and I think another one is Schedule One. The minimum is $5 a month. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, I mean it's worth it. I mean this one's free, and I'm like already love it. Love it. Yeah, you know, I'm like over 40 episodes in. It's like now I'm getting to the point where people are contacting me, people's PR reps, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, let's do it. What do you think doing tomorrow? Oh, podcasting. Nice. What's your name? Denise. Nice to meet you. You look so familiar. Yeah. I've been all over the place. Well, I live in Monroeville. I've been there for 11 years.
So you'll, since you work with them, you get a kick out of
Okay.
Good project.
Okay.
Yes.
When they were building the Sequoia website.
Okay.
Yes.
You were a teacher?
Part of the Sequoia
Yes.
brand is it's every man who's writing your hunting and fishing story.
Okay.
It's an entertainer, storyteller,
Okay.
Of course. And I reworked them because a told story and a web story.
Correct.
So I wrote them down. And here you go. Great. We need them shorter.
Well, how are you going to get all the elements of the story? You know, the
Yes.
setting and
So we got it down.
you'd be like, that's your job.
Well, no, they paid me really well for this.
Good.
But that was part of it to make fit the website. So I worked it. And there were a couple of comments that came in on the stories like, man, there's something missing on this story. Because when they opened the website up to their consumers, they didn't have a word link. No, they didn't have a word link on the stories they could post. But the ones that they wanted to start with, they had 1,000 words, 1,500 words. Text. And we just sat in the office and watched those comments and just laughed. I'm like, guys, I told you this was good. He said, yeah.
So that's good. That's really good.
It was funny. I don't even know if the website's still up at this point.
Yeah. That would be good to Google. You should Google that.
Well, I had another story that I wrote that I tell. It's linked to me, and if he would have won, I would have sued him. Lifted it off my website and submitted it to an essay contest with a $10,000 prize, and claimed it was his own. And yeah, I would have sued over that.
Yeah, that happens more than it really should. People really, what is the benefit there? What is the benefit for that guy? Like obviously $10,000, right? Yeah, right. But it'd be yeah.
But yeah, and it wasn't that he changed it enough to
Make it his own.
He just lifted it right off.
Yeah. Well, we've had trouble with being hacked, and that's almost as aggravating. Although there's no, well, I guess there's monetary gain, but you wonder when your site's hacked, what is the benefit? Really, they're putting pharmaceutical words on a architecture firm website. Really. So you just wonder what the benefit is. So did you enjoy the content calendar one?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have some ideas that you can take away?
Well, it codified things.
Okay.
I'm coming back to after losing my vision for medicine the VA gave me. I lost my vision in 2009. And it was about 5 years to get it back to where it is now. It's still not I mean, I wear sclera lenses, which are the same things they use in Hollywood to make vampires and werewolves.
Oh, eyes glow.
Yeah, that sort of lens.
Okay.
It's a semi-rigid. Yeah, I wear it so I can see.
Wow.
Without it, I'm at like 2150, 2175, and with it, I'm at 20, 25, 20, 35.
I have really bad vision myself, but that's just old age.
And then just about the time I'm coming out of that, getting ready to come back and rebuild the shows and everything. So it's my father was in a really bad car accident and signed his death. Spun his truck around like 3 times, probably was brain, was 85, and signed the no medical attention paper before anybody at the family got there and said, no, you're going to the hospital. And started showing what we thought were signs of Alzheimer's, which runs in the family. And Mother's Day, I wound up being the primary caretaker because I lived in family farm and I just wound up taking care of the
Responsibility, yes,
because
absolutely.
he was not being
I'm
able
listening,
to
I just need
access
to
his
take
short
stuff
term.
down. Oh, okay.
Which is, but it in May, got the lawnmower out, so he cut the grass from the new,
Right.
and he couldn't even cut a straight line and he gave up. So that was the third day before Mother's Day, and Friday I was doing the Pittsburgh Fringe Festival, and he was transferred from the emergency room in Venango County to Presby Neurological, and they said he's got a lesion right here between the 2 hemispheres that we trace back to that accident. And that was a malignant brain tumor, and he made it to the end of June. So, yeah, I'm trying to restart everything at this point. I have nothing.
I'd say, well, you know what? Look at that in a positive way, right? Which sounds like you are.
Yeah.
You know,
I decided a long time ago I could sit and cry over what happened to me in the military, or I could laugh about it. And I didn't want to sit and cry all day.
right. The positive attitude will get you through, and you have a clean slate to start from, right?
Yeah, more or less.
You have the wisdom of your years, right?
I don't know about that.
Yes, the lessons that you've learned, the trials and
You mean I was
tribulations.
supposed to learn lessons?
I think you learned lots of lessons. Just in those 2 stories, I think you learned lessons. So, anyhow, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I hope it was helpful. One of the things they don't do at Podcamp is they don't do speaker evaluations, and they might be helpful.
Did your phone do commercial residential?
We do corporate. We do not do residential. So when you say commercial residential, do you mean high-rise living? Or
We're considering, we've been kicking around acquiring one of the old warehouses in town and putting theater space, rehearsal space at the bottom, and micro lofts upstairs.
yeah, we're not residential. We don't do. It would cost you a fortune. It would not be valuable.
Well, I was just wondering.
You know who would help? Desmond Architects. They're doing stuff in the strip district that is on the mixed-use residential side, but they have the knowledge of residential, so they know the materials and the costs.
I've got a general contractor that I work with he's been working with. Actually, his brother has been working up in Venango County with us on getting our monster ready to sell, bring it up to code, ready to sell.
Yeah.
And their family has been doing general work in Pittsburgh since like the 1920s. So it's like 4 generations.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know what kind of architectural drawings you need, what the rules are around that, because again, I'm not an architect. But if you have a contractor that could.
I can do the basic base drawings.
Yeah, but you need somebody to stamp them?
Yeah, I need to make sure it's up to code.
Google search. That's my recommendation, Google search. Stupid.
Well,
This room is the worst.
go?
I think it went well. I'll be anxious to hear if you get any feedback. So,
I saw the picture tweeted.
yeah,
I'm catching up with like most of the morning Twitter. So
yeah, I'm sure. You're running around like a chicken with your head cut off.
oh, yeah.
I was glad I had a decent group for the first one. So we were able to break into groups because at first there was like 5 people and I'm like, oh, this is going to be bad. So I had to drum up audience attendance. We had a couple people float in and out, which is fine. And I think after they got through like 2 of the stations, they kind of had an idea what it was about, and then the rest of it kind of flowed much better from there.
So how did you split them off? Like, what was the general?
The premise was about big ideas in social media.
Okay.
I broke them into groups based on color. They each had to pick a colored tag when they came into the room. And then each of the stations was defined by a color. So the blue group went back there, the pink group went over there. You know, blue might have been LinkedIn, pink was Instagram, yellow was the catch-all for everything else, orange was Facebook, and green was Twitter.
Okay.
And then I have a laminated list of questions that were the prompts for the discussion. And I only asked them to make sure that they answered the last question in each group. What do you think the 3 big ideas are in this topic? And once they circled through all of the groups, they got like 5 to 7 minutes in each group, and they went. So the green was Twitter, moved to yellow, which was catch-all, moved to blue, which was. Once they made it through all of the groups, we collected again for the last 5 minutes and started talking about big ideas that came out of the groups. So it was on networking with people in the group. I'll talk about the big ideas. So I said it was like speed dating, only not as creepy. But it gives you get those people. Do you ever get those people in your sessions that want to dominate the conversation? Or that the people they have things to say and they want somebody to listen.
Yeah, I guess I do a little bit. I don't know, my stuff's usually very, very intros.
Okay, yeah.
But still, even like I end up helping that one person on it. I've had that before where, I've had that when I was doing an intro to social media section, and one person would have wanted stuff afterwards because they were really one person. Yeah, one person. I was helping that person. They were
Yes.
Twitter, not everyone else.
Right. So by breaking it into groups like this, they have 4 or 5 other people that they can talk to that they might not know when they came into the session, which is great that it was the first one after the.
Especially after the Rogan's.
Yes. Well, both of them. Yes, both of them mentioned that it's about you're not the expert, and that fed right into my thing. I wanted to run up there on that stage and say, "Hey, come to my session." I thought that might be a little too much. So, feeling that crazy lady, we're staying away from her. So, so that one went very well. I was very pleased as a first time doing it for
It's something different. Like the last time I saw a group thing that I recall was like back at the Art Institute, where we're gonna have people just go out and make something.
Yes.
I think they had like cameras on hand or something like that because this was before we all had these things,
Right.
And then they made something and I think they showed them for the final session of the day or something.
Yeah. So I would have liked to have more time spent at the end where we could really talk about what the discoveries were, but I didn't think they cared about each other's discoveries. So the interaction in the small groups was very valuable. And I'm hoping that the people felt so too. And I would circulate around, and if they were struggling, I would add my 2 cents or, this is what my problem is. What do you guys do for this? To get them talking about the challenges and things that they have.
I did see, I don't know, the other stuff on that calendar, but somebody was saying that way you need to update or something.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So then we did the content calendar one, and I had a good group for that as well.
It's one of those like I got it, it's in the thing, and I have that thing to make sure I sit down at the beginning of the month, and I just don't get to it.
Right,
I
I
mean, it's just,
understand.
I have that stack of things to do. I have that stack of my podcast.
Yeah, I totally get it, and I understand that this audience is a lot of solopreneurs or, you know, small businesses, that they don't have like a whole team of people doing their social media, you know, so that's one more thing that's on their to-do list that they have to do.
That was on the final session, was that, all that stuff on Tuesday. And it takes most of the things to process it, get it out, and stuff, schedule it out there.
Yeah.
Shows, and then all the people that.
Right.
And then someone's like, you need an intern. I'm like, you give me an intern.
Right.
Work out of my house. That's been the thing. You know, no, it's me until
Right.
I can get something to a point.
Yes.
And I'm like, I'm in this weird stall point with that part.
Yeah.
So,
But you probably could get a thing for an intern. Get them to do the work on campus.
okay, because I was looking at PTI, and
Get a broadcast.
actually that would make a lot of sense.
Because they have to have the technical skills, right?
Right.
Oh, there's going to be a group. There's going to be the ones that all want to be the pretty face on TV.
Well,
And
I
there's
feel
going to be
weird. It's in my basement.
right,
It's
but
not-
they don't have to work in your basement,
yeah.
right? If you can have a site where you could share access to the data files that you have.
Oh, that's not a problem. Everything's in. Yeah, I mean, I have the to-do list. I have the note. I have, you know, everything's in spreadsheets on Google Drive. So.
Yeah, see, so, but if you need video editing or not video editing?
I can use some video. You know, I would love to have somebody there on Tuesday night. Like, I kind of need like an assistant.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah.
like,
Production
there's
assistant.
another eye on the screen is like, hey, I had a guest in the studio, and it was at the end of the night. I forgot to reposition the camera, so she's kind of like off on the side a little bit. I'm like, let's go with that. Because
Yeah.
I'm doing that, and then I didn't realize until like the last like couple minutes of this half an hour interview that I misspelled her Twitter handle, and and everybody's reminding me.
Yes.
Because she's a co-host on Cherry Shot, so Justin Millar's like, hey, I'm getting this everywhere. By the way, you still there.
Yeah.
And then part of me is like, you know what? Most people are catching this on audio anyways, so there's a, you know,
Yeah.
just like have that extra person that kind of does that. But I would love to have somebody, because everything is so, it does not take long to edit my shows.
Yeah.
The way I do it. It's live edited. You pop it in a thing, you have a template or file cut, and you just double check some things, put some boxes, and it's out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd love somebody to do that while I'm doing my thing.
Yes.
As I finish shows, over
Right.
and have them just start the posting process. I'd love to finish Aussie Cat's first show tonight, and like an hour later, somebody's getting it.
Right.
Like that's what
You need a production system. It sounds like
I
you need a
do.
production system. Yeah.
And that's when, so I've been aiming on trying to figure out advertising, which I don't understand. And pushing the Patreon stuff, like if at a certain point, maybe I can get somebody to help out there, you know.
Yeah. Well, do you know Chris Rawlinson here?
I don't think I do.
He's a photography guy,
Yeah.
instructor, professor. I have been in touch with him about interns for my work. But I don't think that's specific to marketing communications. So I can certainly forward you on Monday his contact information, and you can reach out to him and talk to him about the possibilities of.
Like this is the stuff that I can use in April.
Right.
And, you know, I mean, it is, and it's all the stuff here, like what we're just talking about, like dummy shirt and stuff. And it would be a little bit of kind of creating the tweets and everything, and understanding that conversation too.
Yeah.
You know, and I could bring back and it's like, look, here's what worked last week. Let's do more of this.
Yeah. Challenge is going to be free interns versus paid interns. A lot of
Right.
them don't want to work for free these days, but some of them will.
Yeah.
You know, some of them will. So, and then my other thing with interns, my biggest challenge with interns is when I finally get them to the point where they work independently, the semester's done and they're off.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could get them for a whole year, I would be thrilled, you know, because I need 1.5 of me. I don't need 2 of me. I need 1.5. So a part-time person would be ideal, but you can't get a professional to accept a part-time job. They don't want a part-time job. They want a full-time job. So an intern fits, but you get them taught and then they leave, which you understand. They're on to bigger and better things. So
I think that people are like, I want to help. You know, we had this one guy who was he had journalism. So he was helping me. I show, and I'm not sitting there at like 2 in the morning. And I'm just, you know, I get up in the morning, I'm probably pacing on the other side. It doesn't even look like it. And ended up like I misspelled the title of the show on like most of the platforms I posted to.
Crazy. Well, I will. If you get any feedback on either of my sessions, I welcome any of the feedback. That would be great. So, that would be great. I have to load up my stuff and find out my ride, and I don't think I'm staying. Is Rogan gone or here or?
He's trying to put people down in Las Vegas for lunch, so but he should be hanging out through the.
Okay, that's very cool.
So I think he's doing the 2 days tomorrow morning.
Oh, great.
From what I understand.
Yeah.
He's doing a good commercial.
Great.
So that's awesome.
Yeah, it's terrific. So, hopefully it was well received. That's all I can say. Me and all my props. I got all my. Good God.
You in hand with anything?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
I'll figure it all out.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
Doing all right.
Seem to have the high-tech room. I don't have anything high-tech.
That's all right. It's a good backdrop for you.
Well, I should remind people to turn their devices to sound off. If you're taking photos, like lenses going off, the last one will turn.
It's very strange. I was at the was an 11 o'clock thing in the big room and noticed on Twitter that, you know, the live, so I'm watching on Twitter, it's about 20-second delay.
On the
Yeah, so I'm guessing I'm on a 20-second delay on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I swear, you know, they have 20 seconds to
Bleep you.
bleep me out, yeah.
Well, there's still, I mean, there's still a lot of issues. Oh, yeah. Yes, I think it should. Yeah.
Wow, first step to doozy. Could be. Oh, just the back. No, I don't have anything particularly high tech, so you're all gonna have sore necks staring at me rather than. But I guess in case of fire, that's. Is there a fire door here? Oh, there is. In case of fire, fire doors there and there. Yes, yes. I read something very interesting. This is not a part of the thing. I don't know whether this is true, but if you go to like Disneyland and Disney World, they don't point like this. They point like this. Because somewhere along the line discovered that various cultures across the planet, this is offensive, but this isn't.
It's either 2 fingers or your full hand.
Does it matter which 2 fingers?
Yes.
I mean, if it's, kiss convention.
Yeah, actually, there's a neat story about that. No, Churchill. In France, England, and Australia, Wales especially.
Yeah, this means something very different than this.
Yeah, this is a very offensive gesture due to the First and Second Battle of Agincourt.
Oh.
At the end of the first battle, at the time of the battles of Agincourt during the 100 Years' War, if you were a yeoman class, Sundays you were required to spend time at the butts, which are just big targets, and firing arrows, because during the wars you had to go be an archer. The Welsh were incredible archers. The French won the first battle of Agincourt and captured like 15,000 archers. They let them go after they cut these 2 fingers off so they could no longer fire a bow.
Oh, okay.
The second battle of Agincourt, the English won. And the Welsh all stood at the end of the battlefield like this. So in the Second World War, there is a video, very famous speech of Winston Churchill, with his cigar in one hand, going, "And our French brothers across the sea, we will fight." And everybody said, "Oh, he's doing the V for Victory song." No, victory was this way.
Yeah.
He was solid in the front. Oh, it was the First and Second Battle of Agincourt is the one that was some.
We'll wait a few minutes for stragglers.
So when are they going to announce this? When everything is off?
You can still you can come with these 2. You can still fire a bow with these 2. These 2 you can't. It has to go.
Yeah, I don't need the screen or anything. So if the picture online would be better off turning the lights up. Advantageous.
So these away. You can't. Really,
yeah, I don't have any multimedia stuff at all.
At least that was the
It's just turn off the projector. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I'm doing that next. So I can't go into one of these stuff. So that's something you should do.
You want to see how to do it?
I don't want to take up too much time.
If you do this in 30 seconds, I'll be very surprised.
Okay, cool.
All right, then projector and screen. Okay. All right, I'll off the projector. When you're ready, let's get back in here. Right now, it's just set projector screen. By the time you get up here, it'll say ready. Just don't, if you shut off, say, oh, wait, I have to go back. You have to wait until it says status ready. Yeah. I try to. Are you next after that? Somebody else here, but there's you have your adapter. Can't help you. We used to supply mounts, but it's on the top. When you have to get a new adapter, plus the 4 changes, and people just stole. So we stopped throwing money down the drain.
Oh, but I can get on the internet from here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
And we have Firefox and Explorer, do not have Chrome.
oh, okay, that's fine, whatever.
So it's already logged in, you just have to get to it, and then what you want to do, it's already on the computer.
Okay.
So when you start the projector again, it should come up to this.
Perfect. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine. That's okay. I hadn't started yet, so you didn't technically interrupt.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
How many people are there? I got a good number. I'll pass around the collection plate before we start singing the hymns. It's okay. I guess I'll get started. For those of you who don't know, I'm David D'Angelo. I blog at the blog Two Political Junkies. It's a left-leaning political blog. I also blog at, and we've been doing it for, let's see, I think we started September 2004. So it's about, it'll be 11 years in September. My blog partner and I, Maria, who's not here, started another blog before that, the previous April. So I've been blogging almost every day for the last, well, 11 years or so, 11 and a half years. I also blog at a smaller blog that gets much less traffic, probably dozens of hits a month, called Poems My Dad Left Us. My dad was a bit of a poet, like an amateur poet, and so he left my mom a lot of love poetry. And so when she passed away, I inherited the box that has all of the manuscript and stuff. And so it's kind of a little bit of a biography project. I'll pull out a poem, type it in, and then explain all of the references. They're mostly just birthday, lots of birthday poems to my nephews when they turn 2, when they turn 3. And I'll have to explain what Dad means by this, that, and the other thing. So it's an interesting little blog that, as I said, gets traffic in the double digits per month. Mostly friends and family, mostly family actually. And so that's where I'm coming from. I have everything prepared on text. I'm not actually planning on reading it word for word, but it's here. So if you see me, if my eyes trail down, I'm trying to find where I'm supposed to be, and then we'll take off from there. Anyone have any questions? Is everyone comfortable? Is the temperature set? You know, we all know that we had a little discussion before the fire escapes. You know where those are. Wait, two fingers.
Yeah.
It's also a Disney. I've seen pictures where Disney always had a cigarette between his 2 fingers, and so as he's pointing, so there was a theory that maybe people were.
The main reason, only because this is part of what I do,
Oh.
it's considered rude to point
Yes.
somebody.
I'm sorry, but yes.
But this is more like directional.
So I feel like working in an airplane. Although I don't know if your seats are actually flotation devices. But seeing that we're, I don't know, 80 feet or so above sea level, I don't think it matters that much. If it does, you know, we have bigger trouble than whether I'm pointing with 1 finger or 2.
Last the horn is the 2nd floor.
I'm sorry?
Saying last letter, the horn is the 2nd floor.
2nd floor, 1936. It was March. Was it St. Patrick's Day? And normally when someone says St. Patrick's Day float, it's, you know, it's something else. You know. Okay, let's get started. I'll just start. Good writing. Is it really just a matter of stringing together nouns and verbs, nouns and adjectives, verbs and adverbs, determiners and pronouns in some sort of proper grammatical order? Well, one might think it is, but really, no, it isn't. In writing well, one has to also wrestle with rhythm and meter and tempo and texture and sound. Mozart once said, it's not a question of whether there's good music or bad music, but whether there's interesting music and boring music. At least I think it was Mozart. It would be just as correct if it was Beethoven or Sid Vicious saying. I would assert that it's the same thing with writing. It's not a question of good writing and bad writing, but whether it's interesting or not. And so what separates you from the writer sitting right next to you, even right next to you right now? What separates interesting writing from boring writing? That's, in that word, it's style, particularly your style. This session is designed to give you some tools to grow as a better writer and grow your own style as a writer. A few caveats, of course. One of which is that
I'm a good writer and that I would know how to get to good writing. And the only defense I have is that even if I failed at being a writer, it doesn't necessarily invalidate the tools that I'm about to talk about. They still might work even if I haven't been able to get them to work for me. They still might work for all of you. Second caveat, this is not the D'Angelo method for writing really good. I don't want any of you to write like me because I really don't need the competition. And I actually, even if that was your intention, but I want you to actually write like you. Hoping that these tools will get you closer to that goal. If not, double your money back or triple even. When I was in grad school studying musicology at Pitt during the first Clinton administration, which shows how far back it goes, I found a line that may or may not get in the way of this discussion. By way of Laurie Anderson, musician, although I've been told it was originally from Martin Mull, who's also a musician but a comedian. I read that writing about music is like dancing about architecture. The interesting thing about the line is when I first heard it, what flashed in my head was a long shot of some dancers with tassels and jazz hands. Wait, what are jazz hands? Jazz hands. Dancing in front of Trump Tower. And so I guess my brain punned on the word about, that instead of the dancers describing architecture, dancing about architecture, they were dancing around the architecture, which the metaphor joke actually still works because they never actually get into the architecture, nor do they turn into architecture. So the dancing about architecture still isn't dancing about architecture. But in effect, it's a discussion of one art form being used to describe another art form. So if that's the case, if that's rather daunting, imagine how daunting it is to write about writing. The adage that I've heard was that it's like building a boat that's on the water, and you're in a boat that's on the water, building the second boat, and all you have is the wood that's in your first boat to build your second boat. So somewhere along the line, something was wrong. But in either case, you've got the old boat and the new boat, and that's the problem of writing about writing. First, let me say a few words about grammar. This will be a quote. It's very important. Very important to know as much of the rules of grammar as you can, but it's also just important to keep in mind what Stephen Fry said about it. I won't do his accent because that's better said. Although if you've ever seen Stephen Fry, he's about this tall and broken nose, very smart guy. He said, "I admit that if you want to communicate well for the sake of passing an exam or job interview, then it's obvious that wildly original and excessively heterodox language could land you in the soup. You slip into a suit for an interview and you dress your language up too. You can wear what you like linguistically or sartorially when you're at home or with friends, but most people accept the need to smarten up under some circumstances. It's only considerate. But that is an issue of fitness, of suitability. It has nothing to do with correctness. There's no right language or wrong language any more than there are right or wrong clothes. Context, convention, and circumstance are all. But a word on why there are rules, and I always do the stupid thing that I guess millennials have been doing for millennia. They're descriptive rules in the sense that they describe patterns of words already in use. So as the usage change, the rules inevitably will also change. Nouns describe or name things. Glasses. Verbs describe or name what things do. Book falls. That's right. And it falls again. In science, rules like the Einsteinian law that nothing can be accelerated faster than the speed of light, or the Keplerian rule that mathematically describes the relationship between the amount of time a planet travels around the sun and the distance it is away from the sun, are descriptive as well. They describe a very small sliver of reality. But while the science rules are descriptive, they cannot be so easily broken as, say, dropping the to be from the sentence, the dog needs to be walked. Anyone that's a Pittsburgher has heard the dog needs walked. Not necessarily incorrect, but it's following a different rule, different set of usage, different descriptive usage rule. Originality demands that if we were to want to, it's our responsibility to boldly split infinitives where no one has split those infinitives before. As Fry pointed out, context and suitability matter. For example, in legal documents, grammar and clarity are beyond all important. Look at these two sentences. I'll read these two sentences to you. Gotta take a breath. All taxes levied by any state, territory, or the District of Columbia upon, with respect to, or measured by sales, purchases, storage, or use of gasoline or other motor vehicle fuels may be levied in the same manner and to the same extent with respect to such fuels when sold by or through post exchanges, ship stores, ship service stores, commissaries, filling stations, licensed traders, and other similar agencies located on United States military or other reservations when such fuels are not for the exclusive use of the United States. Sentence 1. Such taxes, so levied, shall be paid to the proper taxing authorities of the state, territory, or District of Columbia, within whose borders the reservation affected may be located. Second sentence. That's some otherwise nondescript section of the U.S. Code. The grammar and punctuation are absolutely flawless, as it's absolutely necessary when describing the flow of tax revenue. One misstep and someone somewhere loses a lot of cash. It is exactly what it needs to be, but fun to read, it ain't. So proper, in this case perfect, grammar doesn't necessarily lead to an interesting read. Just as Spock said to Valeris, logic is the beginning of wisdom, not the end. We can expand that to say that proper grammar is only the beginning of good writing, not the end of it. In between is the study of style. So here we go. Many years ago, one of my old musicology professors wrote this line on the chalkboard. It shows how long ago it was because it was still chalk. It wasn't whiteboards with it. You know. He wrote, "In many married London's estranging grief." It's a line from a poem titled Death and Entrances by Dylan Thomas, written right after the Second World War. My professor went on to note the bounce of the first part of the phrase and how the word estranging actually separates the first part from the last word. In many married London's estranging grief. He was pointing out how the word effectively functions as itself in the meaning of the sentence. It was his introduction to the idea that in art, and remember writing is an art, it's the way that it is said, because the way that it is said becomes what is said. He went to Yale, or should I say Yale, and before that the Sorbonne, so you'll forgive him if it sounds a little pretentious. Admittedly, I studied with him, and so now I'm quoting him at you, so maybe I'm the one being pretentious, but then again, I only went to UConn, so go Huskies. But what he was saying is actually central to this discussion. Style is the way that something is said, not necessarily what is said. For example, Shakespeare could have written, "Can't sleep at night because I'm always thinking about you." But he didn't. He wrote, "Weary with toil, I haste me to my bed. The dear repose for limbs with travel tired. But then begins a journey in my head to work my mind when my body's works expire. From then my thoughts from far where I abide intend a zealous pilgrimage to thee," and so on. Anyone could write, "Can't sleep at night because I'm always thinking about you." Only Shakespeare could have written the 27th sonnet. So where do we go from here? First book. Actually, I have two different editions. Strunk and White. I would assume that everyone in this room, if they've gone to high school or college in the United States, has at the very least been asked to get a copy of the Strunk and White. Great place to start, not necessarily a great place to end the discussion of style, but a great place to start. With its approach to style that includes such worthwhile advice as put yourself in the background as much as possible, omit needless words, write with nouns and verbs, not adjectives and adverbs, write in the active and not the passive voice. Everyone understand the active voice? You know, I threw the ball is active. The ball was thrown by me is passive. Well, I'm in no position, this is a bit of an aside, no real position to question the authority of the Strunk and White, which everyone has in their back pocket. I'm always wondering why that generation of writers took it upon themselves to, at the very least, kind of squish as much information into as small a space as possible. Omit needless words. Write with, I mean, he also says write with active verbs rather than a verb than an adverb. So John ran home, John ran quickly home, John sprinted home, John galloped home. You know, the active verb would be whichever one you want to pick up, sprinted and galloped, has a little bit more of an impact than John ran home quickly, or yeah, John ran home quickly. That it's a little longer. Wait, I'll put on my glasses. But on the other hand, I was always curious as to why that was necessary. We don't really see it necessarily in the 19th century or any time earlier than that. And I thought it's possible because that generation of writers is writing for magazines and newspapers. And so space is at a premium. If someone has a magazine, the smallest they can get a text kind of squozed into the magazine, the more advertising they can do, and the profit margin is a little higher. I don't have any evidence for that, just a curious aside on my part. But it does bring up a good point. In the age of blogging, is it really a good idea to put yourself as far in the background as possible? If in cyberspace there aren't the same space limitations that you have in the printed page, is there really the same necessity to omit needless words, omit useless words? Maybe not so much. Even as Strunk and White is, which is a very strange thing to say if you're watching the grammar, the Strunk and White is, because it has the and in there. As useful as it is, in an era such as ours, I fear that a too fervent fidelity to the instructions found in there may lead to a prose that's a tad too antiseptic, although I could be wrong. There's certainly other manuals out there. For instance, a couple years ago, I discovered something that George Orwell wrote. He wrote an essay in 1946 called Politics in the English Language. It covers a lot of the same space as the Strunk and White. You don't necessarily have to follow his politics to see what the importance of what he was trying to say. He was looking for a prose that's clear and concise and honest. He was saying that propaganda is the stuff that you get when you try to write something that isn't true and make it sound like it is, or that it is true and you're trying to make it sound like it isn't. One of the big takeaways for me is his instructions on the use of figures of speech. He says, and again, I won't do the accent because I don't know what Eric Blair's accent was. I'll just do mine. This is my accent, you can tell. It's a middle 20th century New England accent where these are buttons and people drink water. Okay. He writes, never use a metaphor, figure, simile, or figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print. He doesn't say, never use a metaphor, never use a simile, never use a figure of speech. But if you're used to seeing it in print, just scratch it out. Come up with something new, something else. Or if it's standing in for something, just write what it's supposed to stand in for. I mean, he says elsewhere in the thing, don't use a big word when a small word will work. Don't use a foreign word when an English word would work. Although I suspect that, given his politics at the time, American words would probably count as foreign words for George Orwell. It does make writing a little harder, but if you're looking for something that's clear and vivid, it's more or less necessary. And he says, don't use these dying metaphors. And he gives an example. Dying metaphors should be avoided. And he gives the example of the hammer and the anvil. I don't know if anyone knows the phrase. It comes from a Goethe poem, Du musst ambos oder Hammer sein. You must be either the hammer or the anvil. And he writes, now always used with the implication that the anvil gets the worst of it. In real life, it's always the anvil that breaks the hammer, though, not the other way about. The writer who stopped to think what he was saying would be aware of this and would avoid perverting the original phrase. Now, if you're writing something to be an element of an instrument of change, how exciting it is to be the hammer, bang, 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 rather than the anvil, the thing that gets beaten on. But in the course of a, I guess, average blacksmith's life, he would probably end up replacing the hammer 2 or 3 times. The anvil breaks the hammer. So if you're using the phrase, and what's the word? If you're using the phrase and wanting to benefit the hammer part of it, doesn't make much sense. It's like Vizzini's continued use of the word inconceivable. It doesn't really mean what you think it means. Better to come up with your own speech, or with your own metaphor. He goes, think for a second about these figures of speech. Toe the line, a rough road to hoe, run roughshod over, play into the hands of. I saw another one. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, I can't remember. Considering these have been in print for decades, they're actually a part of Orwell's list of things to avoid. What do they actually mean to run roughshod over? Probably has something to do with shoes, I'm guessing. It could be anything. We know what it's supposed to mean and what its given meaning is. But if you actually were to look at what it actually means, it might not match what you're trying to say. And if you're looking for something that is vivid and real, it's best to kind of avoid stuff that has enough background information that it might clutter up your thinking. But once you start, this is the interesting thing, once you start thinking these terms, you notice how much of the language is actually metaphor. And I'm using metaphor as a very general term, meaning any figure of speech. Anything that isn't exactly literal. For instance, I do a lot of political blogging, as I said. And up until recently, I was quite fond of using the phrase undermine an argument or undermine a position. Well, what is undermine? Well, Terry Jones in his book on the Crusades describes what it means. Got a picture, it's the Crusades, medieval castle, there's a siege army outside. What they do is, if possible, they will dig under one of the fortifications, one of the walls, and then support the walls with these big beams of wood. When they're done, set them on fire, and the beams will be weakened. And when they're weakened, the weight of the fortification will come crashing down, and the siege army will be able to rush into the city and kill whatever they want to kill. So it's a mine under the wall. It's an undermine. So it's a historical reference as well as a metaphor. So the question is, whenever you've happened upon this little particular area, which of the verbs are you going to reject as being there's too much clutter in the thing? You actually want to use the word undermine or not. Perhaps you do, perhaps you don't. But that'll be part of your particular writing style, to clear out all of these old and dead and dying metaphors, if you want. Once you get to this point in your writing, it'll be your job to decide how to define what's an acceptable figure of speech and what isn't. If you discover that there's too much extraneous meaning in a word or phrase you want to use, it might be a good idea to abandon it. Perhaps you'll accept undermine, perhaps not. My general advice is to look forward as much as possible and accept the reality that you're never completely free from the old. You're always in the boat that you're in, building the second boat. So however good the second boat is, you're never actually going to get rid of the first. When you realize how much of the language is filled with remnants of old and unused meanings, it'll be for you, as my Star Trek comrades would say, a Sokov, his eyes uncovered moment. I can explain the metaphor if you want at some point. Lastly, in both the Strunk and White and the Orwell, there's an instruction to disregard any of it if it gets in the way of good writing. So it's one of those things you go, oh, okay, good luck with that. So now that we've had a few places to start, Let's turn to an unlikely place. This is this book, Rhyme's Reason by John Hollander. He was a professor emeritus, Sterling Professor of English at, again, Yale. He won a MacArthur Award, same year as Susan Sontag. Although I don't know if he had I don't know if anyone has seen pictures of Susan. Lots of hair, and then there's this swath of white hair in brown. I don't know if that was a thing that they handed out in the MacArthur Awards, but who knows. This book is, for me, a much needed tool for writing. Essentially, it's a book on how to read poetry. Obviously, Rhyme's Reason. But it's not about symbolism or meaning or any of those really important stuff. It's about poetic, or at least the first section is about poetic meter or poetic feet. I reread it every few years, not to be able to write poetry, but to write prose like a poet would write poetry. The way, it means to do this again. Not to write poetry, but to write prose the way a poet would write prose, with an ear tuned towards the music of the language. But let's face it, anyone who's gone through a bad breakup has already written poetry. I myself confess to constructing some of the worst love poetry in the multiverse, not Vogon bad. But then again, I only went to UConn. Go Huskies. Early in the book, he takes you through various types of poetic meter. Iambic, trochaic, dactylic, and epestic. First thing to remember when you're looking at this, you don't have to remember which title goes with which meter. Doesn't matter. If you're writing, it doesn't, who cares what's trochaic versus dactylic or whatever. But let's look at them anyway, just as a shorthand. Iambic, pair of syllables where the second one is stressed. Today I am a man is iambic. Today I am a man. The first is a pickup, the second one is stressed. Trochaic is just the opposite. Pairing of syllables where the first is stressed, the second is unstressed. The name Tony Norman, who's a writer at Post-Gazette. Tony Norman. Thomas Waters, that's trochaic. Cindy, Closty. D'Angelo doesn't really fit, but, and there's no actual symbolism in any of this because Richard Nixon is also trochaic, as is Richard Wagner and Bobby Fischer. Dactylic is a three-part foot, the first being stressed, last two unstressed. So the beginning of the Charge of the Light Brigade, half a league, half a league, half a league onward. It's boom, 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 boom. The first one is stressed. Second two aren't. There's something called anapestic, three-part foot, where the last syllable is stressed. So 'twas the night before Christmas and all through the house. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Then finally, spondaic. Well, not necessarily finally, but for this list, it's spondaic. Pairing of two stressed syllables, where most names, like street names, Main Street. She's not here, but Sue Kerr. That's spondaic. For anyone watching Game of Thrones, Jon Snow, spondaic. So when Ygritte, all red hair, says, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." It's a punctuation of the sentence. Think of how different it sounds if she were to say, "Jon Snow, you know nothing." It's the same words, same idea, but it sounds completely different. Or if she were to go, "You, Jon Snow, know nothing." So, which is not to say that those other two are incorrect. It just, you think of the red hair, the arrow, "you know nothing." Boom, boom. It's a punctuation. It's something that can be used as you're writing. A little more real life, it's a bit dated example. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. The question is dactylic. The answer is spondaic. SpongeBob SquarePants. There are no unstressed syllables in any of them. But why does any of this matter? That's the question. Why am I telling you this? Well, pushing through that part of the book, getting it into your ear, you'll hear it when you write your own prose. Or if you're writing something and it really doesn't gel, it doesn't bounce, it doesn't work. The grammar might be all correct. The punctuation might be all correct. I mean, think of the US code part. But it might not work in terms of there might be competing meters going on. You might have a bounce that is implied in a couple phrases or a couple words that gets trashed later, or there's something else that is a bit dissonant. And for the other hand, once you start thinking these terms, you'll hear it everywhere. Like for instance, who would have guessed that we hold these truths to be self-evident is iambic pentameter. It's 5, that's the pentameter part. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Yeah, that's left to right for you guys, right? Or when I was writing about, when I was talking about the US code, I actually wrote the phrase or the sentence. It is exactly what it needs to be, but fun to read it ain't. It's a line and a half of iambic pentameter. It is exactly what it needs to be. Boom, 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 boom. Doesn't necessarily mean it's any better than anything else, but somehow English tends to fall into these iambic patterns. But let's now dabble in some close word analysis. Let's open the frame a little. And for that, I go to, this is just one I printed out, about 10 years ago. Book of Rhetorical Devices. Just Google Book of Rhetorical Devices, Dictionary of Rhetorical Devices. You'll find 5 or 10. They all say basically the same thing. The names might be different. And again, like the names of the poetic meters, you don't have to know which rhetorical device actually means which tool. But once you push yourself through sorry, I had a burger, 20 pages or so, and internalize them, then it doesn't matter what is an apophysis or a synecdoche or a litotes or whatever, but you know that the tools are there. And as you start writing, they'll come out by themselves. So we'll talk about a couple of them. Alliteration. It's the recurrence of the initial consonant vowel. For instance, mean Mr. Mustard. Everyone knows that. Everyone does know the Beatles, right? Please. Mean Mr. Mustard. Earlier, I used the phrase, I fear that a too fervent fidelity to the instructions found in the Shrunken White. All those F's, that's an alliteration. You've got things like that happening within words. Similar vowel sound. Oh, po is also really great for alliteration. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain from The Raven. Alliteration all over the place. And it's actually kind of interesting that that phrase is why I can say Baltimore Ravens here without getting, not a fan, but without getting trashed. That's why the colors of the team are actually purple. The silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain. So the Ravens from the poem has to be the case because there's no other color written in the poem at all. And Poe, good enough poet, not a great poet. There are assonances, the similar vowel sounds inside, within the consonances. Another poem, another Poe poem. This is Annabel Lee. And so all the night tide I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride. All of the I sounds in there string the whole thing together. There's something called anaphora. I'm probably mispronouncing the rhetorical tools, but it doesn't matter. It's a repetition of the same word or words at the beginning of the successive phrases. You've got help. I need somebody. Help. Not just anybody. Help. I need someone. Again, everyone knows it's Beatles, right? I'm not speaking to Canadians or anything. Something called an epistrophe, an epistrophe, or probably epistrophe. It's the opposite of the anaphora. This time the words are repeated at the end. For example, government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Interesting thing about that is if you go back to Strunk, and his insistence on omitting needless words or unnecessary words, that phrase inevitably would have to become government of, by, and for the people shall not perish from the earth, which has nowhere near the same impact as government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not. You can hear the Aaron Copland music You know, Gregory Peck, you know, Abraham Lincoln was 6 feet tall, and this is what he said. You can hear that, and that is kind of a style over, unfortunately, the strung. I don't know if anyone ever made it up to. He's buried, E.B. White. E.B. White. He's buried up in Maine, and I found the not that it's secret, but I found the gravesite, and I was on vacation a couple of years ago, and the funny thing about it is that if you look in where it's the Brooklyn Cemetery in Brooklyn, Maine. You look for the address is a post office box. Obviously, that's not where it is. You know? And so the 2 or 3 references of where it is, the streets are all wrong. You know, try to follow on a map. So finally, I found one place that said it was next to where the volunteer fire department is. So you go, okay, well, where's the volunteer fire department? You go to Google Maps. It's tucked way at the end of this thing. It's very sweet. Because people placed little stones on top of the gravesite. There's him, his wife, and son. So I actually took a picture of this book at the cemetery. It wasn't a selfie or anything, but I'm sure that I'm the only person ever to think of taking a picture of this Elements of Style at E.B. White's grave. Only person ever, I'm sure. Absolutely. There's something called apophysis, which is the assertion of something by pointedly asserting that it won't be mentioned. Remember in the 88 presidential election, Dukakis, H.W. Bush. I'm not questioning his patriotism, but I would have found a way to sign that bill. Well, of course you're questioning the patriotism because you're saying that you're not doing it. There's something called catachresis, an extravagant implied metaphor used in an odd way. For Hamlet, I will speak daggers at her. It's always surprising when you actually read Hamlet and discover what he does, how he's the hero of the story, because, kills people and treats Ophelia really bad and whatever. There's something called the synecdoche. Again, probably mispronouncing. Metaphor where the part is used to stand into the whole. Boots on the ground. How many people have heard, need more boots on the ground? It's an example of synecdoche. And anadiplosis. Use of one word of a phrase at the end of a sentence, tying it to the beginning of the next sentence. Rocky had come equipped with a gun to shoot off the legs of his rival. His rival, it seems, had broken his dreams by stealing the girl of his fancy. Rival matches, ties those two together. There's also a thing, I'm not going to try to pronounce the tools, but it's the proper grammar. If you've got a list of things, it's noun, comma, noun, comma, noun, comma, and the last noun. Got a couple rhetorical devices where you add a conjunction in between each. For instance, how different these 2 sentences sound. We drove through Boston and Providence and New Haven and New York and Trenton and Philadelphia. And you compare that to, we drove through Boston, Providence, New Haven, New York, Trenton, Philadelphia. Same words, same order, except for the missing and here and there. Completely different feel. Your choice as far as your style, which one you end up using. Let me add a few bits of advice for whatever the word. Always try to write in such a way that sentences you've just written imply a question that's answered by the next sentence. It keeps people's eyes from traveling from the top left-hand corner of the page or the screen down to the bottom right. For instance, if I were to say, John found some very interesting stuff in that book. Apart from the identity of John and why he's looking at a book, you're left wondering, which book? And what did he find there? Now, if I were to write, inquiring minds want to know. If I were to write a different sentence, like, John discovered that the dystopia described in Orwell's 1984 reinforced his own political cynicism. True, there's more info in it, but it has less drive to the next sentence. It almost stands on its own. You could just say, well, that about John, and not really question about John or why he's looking at a book. You have enough information that it doesn't drive you to go, well, why? What do you do that? What's the next thing? If you were writing with the first sentence, you'd eventually get to all the information in that second sentence, but it would be a much funner read, the first sentence, of finding out why John's reading, why John is curious about this, why John picked up 1984 to begin with. When plotting out some piece of writing, you have to think about how the reader's going to travel from the upper left-hand corner to the lower right. Or if you're writing in Hebrew, the upper right to the lower left, I guess. But in the end, the fundamental thing to remember about writing, it's not just words. If you're going to write down anything, which I don't see anyone doing, it's not, it's not just words. It's sounds and echoes and texture and bounce. Once you get that, Sokaf, his eyes uncovered. That's where you've begun. I once heard someone ask an old tenor saxophone player how long it takes to be a first-rate jazz musician. And let me qualify that. I don't know how old the tenor saxophone was, but he was a senior citizen. So he could have been playing a new tenor sax, but it wasn't necessarily an old tenor saxophone player. But you could have someone 20 playing an 80-year-old saxophone, and he would also be an old tenor saxophone player. But his answer was telling. He said, it takes 10 years to learn the language and 5 years to forget it. Another old music professor of mine once told me the phrase about being original, although this is a paraphrase. So memorize everything you can about what came before you. Once you've done that, then you can tear up the sutras and spit in the eye of the Buddha. Finally, there's Stephen Fry. I'll end with Stephen Fry. This is about time. Above all, let there be pleasure. Let there be textual delight. Let there be silken words and flinty words and sodden speeches and soaking speeches and crackling utterance and utterance that quivers and wobbles like rennet. Let there be rapid firecracker phrases and language that oozes like a lake of lava. Words are your birthright. Unlike music, painting, and dance, you don't have to be taught any part of language or buy any equipment to use it. All the power of it was in you from the moment the head of Daddy's little wiggler fused with the wall of Mummy's little bubble. So once you've got it, use it. Don't be afraid of it. Don't believe it belongs to anyone else. Don't let anyone bully you into believing that there are rules and secrets of grammar and verbal deployment that you're not privy to. Just let the words fly from your lips and your pen. Give them rhythm and depth and height and silliness. Give them filth and form and noble stupidity. Elsewhere in that essay, he says, you should bubble and froth and slobber and cream with joy at language. Let the trippings of the tips of your tongues against the tops of your teeth transport you to giddy euphoric bliss. Yoke impossible words together for the sound sex of it. Use language to seduce, charm, excite, please, affirm, and tickle your ears. And I think I'll end there. Thank you for your time. Do we have any questions? Yes.
How do you think writing for a blog or for the screen is different from writing for print? Because people read differently when they read like on their phone or on the computer than they do it.
That's true. I tend to think that, at least with my blogging, it's like I have about an hour and a half in the morning. Wake up, take a shower, all that stuff. Have about an hour and a half before I have to leave to go to work. So it has to be something very quick. Most people, you'll have, like this is the screen, you'll have maybe 1 or 2 scrolls before people just go, screw it. Let's go find porn or whatever people do. Whatever other people do on the internet. I hope my friends aren't. So it has to be something closer akin to speed chess or blitz chess. I don't know if anyone, like you go to Market Square, there are guys in the corner playing speed chess. You have a clock, and each side has like maybe 5 minutes to play, and you're playing like this. You take a piece, boom, and you stop your clock and start your opponent's clock. So if anything, you have to get in, if you're writing for a blog page, you have to get in, make the point, and then get out, because you have that long to hold someone's attention. If there's someone who is, they're sitting on a comfortable chair, they might have a bourbon on the rocks and some kind of tobacco smoking or whatever. They're luxuriating in the prose. They can spend a lot of time on F. Scott Fitzgerald that you don't really have as an option if you're writing online. So it has to be something that zaps much quicker. Yeah.
So how does that affect your personal writing? Like how
you only
how
get
do you
one
use
question.
Literary? it's a follow-up question.
There are no follow-ups. There's no crying in baseball. Well, that's the thing. You have to make your point very quickly. For instance, one of the things I noticed. Yeah. Multiple posts, part A, part B, part C. I mean, I noticed this when I was reading. It's going to sound very pretentious, but when I was reading the Canterbury Tales, when you actually start looking at the plot of The Knight's Tale or the descriptions of the prologue or whatever, it takes a humongous amount of time for Chaucer to get to his point because he's stuck in this early modern English, iambic pentameter, rhymed couplets, and that kind of defines getting to, the nun is a bit of a hypocrite because she's more concerned about wounded puppy than actual people. You can say that in a short thing. So again, you have to, you're kind of dancing between kind of like long form prose and something that just grabs someone by the throat and throws them down onto the chair and says, you have to read it. So yeah, so a long point, just Ms. Klosky said, if it's a long point to make, you have to break it into parts or understand that you're unweaving it over the course of a couple days or something. Yes?
So when you use initials or abbreviations, should the sound be in the letters or should the sound be what they're standing in for?
I'm not sure I understand the question. What do you mean?
So are you asking, like, for example, on Twitter, you've got your 140 character limit. So
okay, yeah.
So what rhythm, like, how would you
Oh.
make sure that you're incorporating your
Well,
rhythm correctly?
I would guess it has to do
BC
with.
instead of because or what have you.
Well,
Yeah.
I know that Twitter, you can take all of these factors and go down.
Yeah. I found striking light very helpful for Twitter. You can
And actually, he wrote in Twitter. The essays from the 40s are all in 140 characters at a time. I would say it probably weighs on what it sounds like. So, if you've got a
So
couple
if you're performing it, you can make it sound the way you want, but if you just give someone written text and they're scanning through it, that they can think of it one way or the other.
Yeah, that's
on the
true.
person.
That's true. I'm not really sure there's much
Or maybe it's
literary
just do it
style
like
you can
came
find in
before
that
it.
140 characters. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Anyone else have a question? I guess a question. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Now I can go pass out. Wait, let me press all the buttons so that you're like very complicated. What do you Oh, okay. Hi, George. Yeah, that's true. That's true, but
serialized things and they were cupcake, but
exactly.
word or I don't know.
I always suspected that those were serialized things that were subscribed to. So the finances might have been a little different than a magazine that you go to the
Coming in as well as
Dickens and the serialization of like
It was paid by the word.
Was he paid by Dickens was paid by the word.
That's the easy answer. Dickens was paid by the word.
Good words.
Yeah.
Good words. And he was British, so I was talking American.
And like now on some websites they're looking for fill. So you just stick an ad on each. You go from one page to the next page until have ads.
Yeah.
You want to give you one paragraph, it's all a paragraph, it's like, go on
It's,
to
yeah, the
next
smaller the pieces are, the more advertising, the less ink you have to use, you know.
Yeah.
And that was just a theory I had. You know. Maybe.
I don't know. Even if they don't, they don't, I'll please do that.
Well, I'll be back. I have to talk to mother first. Because you know, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Don't mess with the classroom like the last time here.
Oh, okay. I don't need to know that story.
Did you ever read the Hamlet that was written?
No.
Before he died, Uncle Shelby wrote Hamlet.
Uncle Shelby.
Mm-hmm.
Which Uncle Shelby?
Well, there's only one Uncle Shelby.
Oh, okay.
As in where the sidewalk ends, the light ends.
Oh, okay.
But it's not, it was published in Playboy.
Oh, okay.
So if you've never read it,
I'll go find it.
Or give me a card.
You're good to go.
Send it to
Yeah, I'm great.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't do anything.
I do it as
I
a
just,
spoken
no,
word.
you showed me. You showed me the way.
Shell
I would not have
has a
known.
lot of,
Always strive to do so.
Exactly,
rhythm and stuff,
thanks. Yeah, I
and it's,
didn't even think about
poetry.
the
And
VGA
some of
chapter.
it
I don't know why I didn't think
really
about
hard
that. It worked
because
out
it has
all
an
I'm
internal
willing to do show my websites. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I thought I needed
request for
that.
and they do not see what other
I do have things like that audio.
So
Okay,
you get
sure.
an internal line.
Yeah, please don't have it.
And then you have an
Stories.
external from line to line. But yeah, Hamlet is, yeah, it takes me about half an hour to tell them what. Oh, okay. And then there's The Devil of Billy Markham, which is just incredible.
Oh, okay.
But that one I've never run to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Here is here. That's right. I'm thinking there's just a lot on that page. Yeah. That is interesting. Let me see, because it works a little really.
You didn't unplug that, did you?
No.
Okay. that's the video feed.
Oh, yeah, no. She's just got through her bag.
I get paranoid about those things, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Is it in odd format?
It's what do you call it? They're either MP3 files or they're M4A files, which are just like shouldn't be a problem. And they're short too. I think it's just like taking a while to load because like I don't even see. Usually this will like.
Yeah, you should jump.
That's really annoying.
Yeah.
Let me see. It's not at the end of the world if it doesn't. If that doesn't work. I'm not that worried about. It's annoying, but it's fine. It's called rolling with the punches. Let's see.
That speaker one time show up 2 minutes before she was supposed to go on for
Yeah.
a big convention, and her presentation report. She hadn't looked at it in over a year. She had stuff in there that wouldn't play.
Oh my
She
god.
didn't have her adapter. She was so confused.
Yeah, right. Jesus. No, I was worried about having time, so that's why I came early and just kind of scoped it out. But I'm flexible. Yeah, I mean it's like, but I find that like I've gone to super expensive conferences. I've gone to just what I kind of like we call it things happen everywhere. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not kind of mobile though. Yeah, see.
I'm good at it.
This is Safari, and that's Firefox. Maybe if I tried Internet Explorer.
Explorer might work better. I've seen things before here, and I don't know, just our servers or the deal is,
Yeah.
things will work on Explorer, but won't work
Which, yeah, like, you know, I get it. Like, that's just a thing.
All right. If you would be done shop, I'm gonna check on the other room. I'll be back in a minute.
Beautiful.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So is that just like always recording then?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's live streaming?
Cool.
Yeah, let it go home.
People that are too lazy to come over here. I'm not hating. Sorry. Yeah, I was so excited. There's all these people here, and then everybody left. Oh, okay. All right, so let's go down here. So yeah, I did all of these updates over the past 2 days.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm like, the site's different from like a few days ago when I saw it. How?
Yeah, because I worked really hard on it.
That's awesome.
What is happening?
You know, and it could just be the internet slowing it down. I wouldn't.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
I didn't think you were.
Yeah.
Anybody I know that rolls with punches, you're definitely one of them, like you said. Just from knowing you for the past like few weeks that I have, I
swear I told my partner, I was like, the only thing you need to put on my tombstone is just we'll make it work. So bad. So I guess, should I get started? It's like 5 minutes. I guess I was gonna wait till like 10 minutes after just see if people wanted to come in. Yeah, it's good. This is even like less stuff is loading on Internet Explorer. And I actually wasn't able to test this on IE yet, and so now I am able to do that. I'm noticing some of the for loading, so that's interesting. That's unfortunate. See, look at all the like breakthrough compatibility design for older browsers blocking. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm using up-to-date stuff, I guess. I'm not using anything profound. Like, it's just basic CSS on a WordPress site, so. I'll read that.
Good.
It looks great on a Firefox, so we'll just keep it here. And I will just tell people that they can, because I have it, like I said, it works on my phone, so. If people really need to believe that it works, I can prove it on my text. Yeah.
Okay.
This is not good for me.
I'm mostly just going to be like talking anyway, so this is really just like for people to look at.
No, because if I leave, I don't want to be.
You can't.
Yeah.
whole point anyway.
Sorry, I couldn't where it's room. Right, room.
Oh.
It's hard though.
Yeah,
So, I grew up with it. The time is
Rats on there too. So yeah. That's cool.
It's like my mom's.
So I'm wondering if the crowd that we have here is interactive. Like, are you the kind of people that go to like events and we can like, you know, like live theater and people come up to you, you're gonna be like, ooh, like if you're like that, don't be weird. Just be cool, and we won't force you to participate. But there's an option. There's a participation option in this presentation, and there's a waiver you need to sign. So that's about all. So yeah, but I'm gonna get started in probably like 2 minutes on this clock because I want to. Okay, so is that being recorded there? Like, is it for posterity? Like, I get a recording.
So most of us have something on your whole entire video up on the website.
Yeah. And I can link to that, or
It's amazing.
file.
I've been doing it for a couple of years. It's amazing.
There will be an edit, and then that's
That's what I
where
do.
YouTube will be all.
Once now.
Okay,
It's nice because
It's
you get
yeah.
to
Okay, cool.
that.
That'd be sweet.
And then you can
Sometimes you're like, hey, I don't know where I was thinking or what I was
because that's when I
saying.
do mine. I embed my talks from last year and the year before right onto my big website.
Beautiful. I think the concern I had initially was I just wanted to like go away.
Yeah.
You know, because
I miss the
pay for
word.
hosting or something like that. So yeah, that's good. Okay.
They stay on YouTube forever. You can find talks from Podcamp 1 if you go back there.
Oh, yeah, have they always been here?
No, they used to be at Ernst too.
That's right, you did say that. My memory is garbage.
And filmmakers. The first year was the filmmakers.
That's cool. Yeah, Secret was like so OG. Oh, right, forever. Doing all this stuff.
We're considered the newbies, so.
I know. There we go. That's obnoxious. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Oh, well, I'm just going to go ahead and jump in then. My name is Genevieve, and I actually run a website called BP Collection. This is the main thing that I do. Is anybody remotely familiar with what this is? It's okay, I know there's a couple people here. Yeah. All right. So I am an artist. I'm originally from southeastern Virginia, a place that nobody has ever heard of. So I will not go into that. I moved here to Pittsburgh in 2003 to go to Carnegie Mellon University, which was pretty okay. And I decided that I wanted to stay and I wanted to make art here. And the AP Collection is sort of my little space that I've carved out on the internet to figure out what people do and why they do it and why they stay here in Pittsburgh. So those are the things that I'm basically extremely interested in. I'm really interested in process, and I'm constantly updating and challenging my own process to be bigger, better. I'm trained as a painter, so my degree is actually in painting, drawing, and printmaking. Which means that when people try to say, oh, I know how to use Quark, it's like so old school, I'm like, I know how to make a print on stone, and that's even more old school. So that's my cool art joke, and that went over really well. So yeah, the AP Collection is me just asking people about their process, any sort of creative process. I've interviewed over 200 people, including Bill Dudo, which is pretty sweet. And just understanding how they do what they do, and it informs my practice. I'm very collaborative. As a painter and a printmaker, I'm really interested in portraits, and I love looking at them. If you follow me on Pinterest, I'm always updating my portrait little board. But I wanted to do something that was a little bit more. I wanted to be a little bit more collaborative with the portraits that I was doing. Over 200 interviews that I've collected, I think are amazing to kind of hear people describe themselves and how they interact with the world. And I wanted to draw them in that world. And so I decided to create a project for myself, because that's what I like to do. I constantly want to be pushing myself, moving on to the next level. So I also don't know anything about how to build a website. Like I said, I knew how to mix oil paint. I know how to use rabbit glue. Nobody knows, and that's really great for the job market, especially in 2007 when I graduated. So I want to learn about web design because I didn't know anything about it, and I thought it was kind of neat. So I built a website with WordPress, and this is my dinky little website. It's called thatiswhatyouweregoodat.com, and it is a lesson in perseverance. So what we're going to be doing today here at Podcamp, I would like to actually do some drawing live with people and interview a person about what they're good at. Doing the long form interviews, they've been really interesting and challenging in their own way, but I kind of like the idea of asking one simple question and kind of getting a slice out of somebody's life. So that is what you're good at, is where I talk to people for less than 2 minutes about a thing they're good at, and then I illustrate them doing that thing, and then I map it on a map of the city. So these are the people that I've talked to so far. So David Bruton, he's good at lots of things. Buggy little words. So I've not had this problem on Chrome. I'm just letting you know that. So I know that that's and it looks great on your thing. Yeah, so resting bitch face, that's really cool. So we're gonna go to that one. And this is Kenneth too. He's very good at resting bitch face. I actually met Kenneth too at a conference. And these are all generated by the volunteers. So people are just telling you these things. I've noticed that when you ask, people will tell you. He was saying that his students would point out to him that he had this look on his face. And he, instead of taking a reference photo, which I normally do with most people, especially like in a really fast-paced setting like at this conference, he provided the image that people had taken of him secretively of him doing resting bitch face, which is pretty amazing. So I was able to produce that piece, and then I sell them because I'd like to make money off of making artwork. So you, on the website, you can listen to people talking about their talents as well as see them illustrated. And then I just write a little blurb about it, and that's basically it. Does anybody have any questions about that? Probably not. It's pretty straightforward, right? All right, yeah. So I find it fascinating, interesting. I hope you do too. So yeah, what I'd like to do today is pick a few people, and if you wouldn't mind coming up and signing a little waiver and sitting down with me and talking to me. So who is adventurous? Nobody? Come on, seriously. Come on down! Yay! All right.
I was like, I don't feel like being first would be fair if I've already been on the other. I know, I've already interviewed later.
Yeah.
All
right. Come on down. Come on over here. What's your name? Carol. Carol? Yes. Awesome. All right. I'm just going to have you sit. This is my very unofficial waiver. It just says that you're going to be recorded and your face is going on the internet, and I can tell your family. Oh, I should. No, you don't need to do that because I'm painting it so I can make you look however I want. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Exactly. Awesome. And then Jennifer is going to take pictures of that while we hang out. I'm just going to record a little thing about that. And then if people have questions or just want to talk, that's fine. I figured it'd be pretty chill. Podcamp seems to be pretty chill. Yeah, they're like, oh, I don't want to be this boring lady just draw stuff. But yeah, does I'm actually kind of curious about what other people do. So when we're up here, you know, this actually makes me less having to talk. So Carol, can you tell me what
I am a mom. I work for Pittsburgh Public Schools.
Oh, what do you work for Public Schools?
Teacher assistant.
Oh, okay.
And I also have sorry.
Yeah.
You
can also come to these very conveniently located seats that are super close. Are you meet them? I'm pretty close. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I also have work with a partner on stillcitymom.com.
Oh, cool.
And we just branched out and started another one, 411 and 412.com.
So what would you say for your, like, what are you good at? Like, your very succinct. Like,
art. I actually went to art. I went to art institute. I can't draw to save my life.
Okay.
But I
So
was
art.
theater.
Oh, okay.
To draw. So and being creative.
Okay.
Yes.
Being creative. And can you be a little bit more specific about like what about being creative are you good at and what is?
Well, I love crafts. Like I do that type of stuff at home. I'll put different crafts. But doing the blog, website, and all these different social media stuff like that. But,
yeah. So you said you have your own website that you're kind of doing different stuff on, etc. So like the social media aspect, like what about that is bringing in? What are you doing?
Well, it's overwhelming. There's just too many different things. There's Facebook, there's Twitter, there's Instagram, and now there's Periscope. And you know,
there's a lot of tools.
Yes, but I feel like there's too many.
Okay. So what? But I mean, to your talent, though, like, are you good at navigating that? Is that something?
I'm getting better.
Yeah.
I think Facebook, I'm getting that pretty much. I got that down. Twitter, I'm getting there. I like to just help people. I need to be needed. I like to help others in any way I can. So if it's, posting, hey, there's this great deal going on, check out this link, or there's a good recipe, or like I actually with somebody today, Salvation Army was giving away backpacks today, so I was going to post about that and just try to help parents out and stuff. So I have to be needed. I need to be needed. I can help people.
And so it sounds like to me what you're saying is that you are really good at creative solutions, right? Yeah. So it's not necessarily like, oh, I can sit and draw a thing, but like when presented with a particular kind of set of issue, you're able to kind of use your network.
Yeah. Like I'll look wherever I have to find information.
So what are some of the challenges, like, specific to gathering resources in Southwestern PA? Because I find that, like, especially in the creative field, everybody's like, oh, well, the opportunities are in other places, but you're here and you're doing some here. So what about you for staying?
I grew up here. I have family here. So for me, it's right now, it's not even an option to move out of here. Yeah, when I was in school, it was like, okay, you have to go to California. If you're going to do, you know, movies or any other stuff, you have to go to California. Yeah. So it was a big push for that. But I kind of just stayed there. You know, leaving wasn't an option, so I just really didn't work here.
How old are your kids?
I have one, he's 3.5. And I have a husband who is basically my first child. He's 6. So I call him my first child.
I feel bad for just like leaching people at school.
That's right.
So it sounds like you're the reason you're here and you're making things here is because like here is where you need to be. But like, do you think that there's other reasons for other creatives that you can kind of collaborate with? Is there something for that?
Well, I like Pittsburgh because it's a big city, but it's a small city. So it's kind of both. So you have the, you know, downtown, you have the city aspect, but you also have the sort of cozy neighborhoods and everything around. So you're not just, you know, you have space, but you are close. It's like New York City. When I think of New York City, I think of like shoeboxes. Everybody's so close to each other. And like here is you can have a place that has like an acre of land and it's not uncommon. You know?
Yeah, it's not super expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother lives in Manhattan, and it just depends on some frequency. It's extremely overwhelming. Really.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of curious. Is there a particular place in Pittsburgh? Because everything on the website is mapped. So the idea is like there's a particular place in this area that you want to bring attention to. Like, what would you say is a place that people maybe don't know about here in Pittsburgh?
Well, I live in Bright Heights, which is actually on the north side. So I focus basically north. It seems to be like I try to focus on the north side of that area.
Do you think that that's like part of the challenge of living in the streets? That like people like, you know, do you think that some of the things that are relevant to what's happening to Bright Heights are relevant to what's happening in the South Hills?
Yeah, that's the hard part because like I hate the South Hills.
What?
I'm sorry.
Strong statements.
And if you're in the North Hills, you hate the South Hills. If you're in the South Hills, you hate the North Hills. It just happens. So going across those bridges, across the waters, you know. So it's hard to reach everybody because I noticed there's a lot of the mommy bloggers that I'm in competition with or whatever, or maybe East or you know whatever. So it is hard to find, other than things that are happening downtown. It's hard to catch everybody in every area.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. So you say in competition, I feel that, you know, instead of thinking that way, I like to think that I'm complimenting the scene. You know, like you were saying, there's not that many people that are talking about stuff where you're at. You're doing that. You know, and it's not necessarily a reproduction of resources if, you know, you're offering a different point of view and a different geographic location. So, I mean, I think one of the key things that, like, I would like to see that's starting to get the territory thing kind of cut out.
Oh, yeah, well, it's hard. I'm so guilty of it. It definitely is hard.
Yeah, you're sitting here hating on South
Yeah, I'm
Hills.
sorry. Office.
I
stand
really
51 and everything. I just can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna see. See, you know what?
Well, I appreciate you, like, you know, sharing, being honest with me, and letting me kind of do a little bit. I'm gonna take my reference over real quick too. So you okay?
Yeah.
All right, cool. She broke the ice. So somebody else should come up and do this. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Can you take your email so that I can get that? Awesome. Cool. That's fun. It's a nice little warm up too. Does anybody have any questions? Or are you all just like waiting for the next cool person?
I'm stealing interview questions.
Stealing interview questions. Oh, okay. What for what?
I interview software developers, but I
Oh
like
my
the idea
God.
of asking what two things that somebody doesn't know about, or what something somebody doesn't know about that they know. Right? So that was maybe it was a derivation of the question.
Software developers. Oh my goodness. this. You're gonna have to come up here because I'm very curious about what my partner is a software developer. So yeah, I'm fascinated by them. So I'm gonna have to sign this little cute waiver that I have here. But just says that I'm probably sleeping. And all this stuff is going up on the internet. But I mean, you know, this is being like live tuned or whatever. So so like, you know. All right, cool. Can you say?
My name is Carrie.
How do you know it's Carrie? Because I can't.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And Carrie with a C?
Carrie with a C.
And so you want to do like the book training.
What? Oh, yeah. Wait.
What? Carrie.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah. I read the book before I saw the movie.
yeah. I saw the movie before the book. But I got, well, you know, when it first came out, you know, I mean, I was still very young.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm only 36. So, yeah, you know, fake blood and all that stuff. But you get over it. But my mom was really cool. She's a hippie. So she spelled my name without an E at the end. So I didn't identify with anybody.
C-A-R-I? That's so cute. I also think that the frustrating aspect of the book with the mother character is very one-dimensional. Stephen King's very one-dimensional in his female characters.
Yeah.
Like, middle-aged and got sober, but yeah.
But there was no real definition as to why she was like that. She just was.
So here, what are you doing?
Well, kind of on the same term with my business partner, I'm really good at helping people.
Okay. But I need to be more specific.
Okay. Well, I'm very good with helping people find exactly what they need when they need it. Like a very good example is up until last year, I was working on the board of directors for an animal rescue.
Okay.
So I did a lot of going out and going to events with the animals and getting people to meet the animals and play with them and learn how to love them. And then I'd go on social media and take these pictures and put them on and say, hey, look at how much fun we had at the park today with puppies. Or, you know, you want to adopt one. Email us for an application, and then the applications come in, and then I would go do meet and greets and take the animals. And I really liked doing that. It was a part of the animal rescue that I did, and then I grew out of that and moved on.
Yeah.
So I like to find different organizations, different groups and such that I can work with, find a specific goal, work with it, meet it, and learn something new.
Yeah. So it actually sounds like to me like you're really good at task, like creating task meeting these milestones.
Yeah, I'm a goal setter.
Self-motivated.
Yeah.
Which is, that's like incredibly being surprised how not So yeah, I think that's because I think like the idea of helping people is such a broad, you know, like I help people by paying my taxes, right? So it's like, but I like that idea of, you know, kind of like identifying a particular thing, like a way that you can be an asset, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's what I try to do. I try, instead of standing there and saying, what can I do? I like to go and see what's going on, and then exactly where I see I need help, or they need help, I step in and say, this is what I can do to help. I look for those opportunities.
Yeah, and I was going to say it also kind of sounds like you are good at like self-regulating, whereas and too often like with people like this the perfect example is like at a wedding, when people show up and they're like, I'm gonna do all this stuff. And it's like, well, are you just gonna sit there and wring your hands?
Yeah.
So where do you live in?
Oh, I'm also from North Side.
Oh, okay, so you're Brighton Heights too.
Yeah, more like North Side.
Oh, okay, where in North Side?
Marshall Shadeland is my area.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I actually don't know that area super well, so I would love to. I'm glad that you got states already in Brighton Heights represented, and now we can do Marshall Shadeland. So, like, what identify like? I understand there's a geographic border where you live, but like, what identifies your areas? Your special part of the state.
Really, Brighton Road goes from central North Side where the Mexican War streets and shoots all the way up into Bellevue.
Yes.
That whole street goes from North Side to Marshall Shadeland to Brighton Heights.
Okay.
So I'm one step before Brighton Heights before Bellevue.
Oh,
so
that's beautiful there.
It is.
It's really, really nice.
And I would be on like what we consider the outskirt of like Riverview Park.
Okay, cool. Okay, so can you tell me a little bit more about what makes that area special to you? Like, why are you there as opposed to somewhere else in the city?
Well, I
I grew up in that area, and because of that, that whole area I consider home. If I can get dropped off anywhere in that part of the neighborhood and know how to get home in back roads.
Very resourceful.
I try to be.
Yeah, I like that.
But that's how I feel about most of Pittsburgh, though. Like, I don't go too much into like the suburban areas and such. Like, I don't wander around Gibsonia or Mount Lebanon or anything like that. But the city itself, when I was a teenager, they used to have these bus passes that you only paid $30 for, and it was for all
for kids.
It was for children 13 to 17, and you got the bus pass, and it covered June, July, and August, all zones completely covered. And I used to remember that. I used to take the bus all over the city for free just to look around and see street signs and get back on and go away.
That's amazing.
Yeah, just because I mean, this was before GPS, this was before that. So it's like, this is how I learned all about my neighborhood, where things were and what
I didn't see how it was.
No. What? I found nosy. I wasn't that nosy.
Really?
No, I was more like, what's here? What's here? So
that's fascinating. Well,
I would now. I would look for weird things now.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be like, I don't know, when I moved here from the South, I was like, this whole place is so weird. Like, it's so different. I don't understand. You know, the iced coffee was fascinating. So I was like, I don't understand how this is a thing. We don't have that where I'm from. That's true. But yeah, I think when I was living in Bloomfield, I found this like crazy weird little bar. It's like a seafood place. Like, it has a big, huge crab sculpture, like on the front of it or whatever. And it's like, you go down Taylor, and where Taylor terminates, like over on Blood. It's just random place. And I was like, this is fascinating.
Yeah.
I love this place. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think there's all kinds of, like, Pittsburgh to me is like a collection of odd angles that all kind of need to be sort of fascinating points. And I think it fosters this really different attitude that I've never experienced anywhere else, which is why I've stayed here as long as I have.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's just nothing like this city anywhere. I mean, I've traveled a lot. Like, there's nothing like it. And so I'm like constantly coming back to it.
Yeah.
When I was studying abroad, I noticed I was in Germany, and I remember thinking like, I miss Pittsburgh. I don't miss my hometown, like where I was raised. I don't really miss that at all. Like, I grew up in kind of standard issue and fair housing, so it was sort of like, I don't really miss playing for the box sometimes.
Yeah.
That's
I know. Everything here is so different and colorful, and yeah, you can find anything anywhere. And that's why I think when I was younger, I didn't take a lot of time to pay attention to that. I was more or less looking like, how do I take a bus? How do I get from here? How do I get from there? Because in Pittsburgh, you really grow up.
That's the challenge, just getting.
Yeah, because in Pittsburgh, because we don't have grids, you really have to learn how to do the star mapping. You have to learn how to start from here to get to there.
Cool. Sorry, you bored. I apologize. Cool. Well, this is cool. So yeah, we have you down as doing, resources, identifying resources, multitasking. Very cool. Yeah, just.
And I love flipping, so I'm giving them away.
Giving away from the animals. Yeah, I can do that on here. Cool. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate it. Thank you for helping. Cool. Thank you so much. Do you mind taking your name?
What did you say?
All right. Anybody else want to come up and tell me what you're good at so I can put it on your
I thought you said he had to.
What's that?
I thought you said he had to.
Yeah, I think you should, but I'm not going to force anybody to do anything they want to. Do you want to put your email address on here too?
Oh, I did not do that.
You want to come on? All right. Well, otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and draw. So, or I can talk about what I do. It's totally up to you. You know, keep it fierce.
Can I ask you something about your WordPress site?
Sure, please.
Because I'm also using WordPress. What, first of all, what plugin do you use to put your audio on your website?
That's actually just the standard WordPress audio
input that they put in. Actually, I can open up the back end of this and show you how I put it together. Because I just recently learned how to, I learned a pretty cool new way of doing that. This is really annoying. I use a left-handed mouse, and so I do not like the fact that I have to reach over like this.
Because I put up, I post videos using the video plugin, but it would be nice to have some audio clips of storytelling too.
Well, it's just a regular like thing that I guess is kind of like standard. Oh, I did spell it. Maybe I can fix it. So like, let's see. What is that? No, don't remember the password. All right, so the way I do each of these posts, so we have Talia here. I just actually worked with a developer. I have a plugin that allows me to do these like different fields, and so that way I'm able to use. I don't have to use too much CSS to create a column system on the front end. So like on the front end, you saw how like there's a picture on the one side, then the audio underneath it, and then the text on the one side. These fields are organized in such a way that like it just kind of plug and play. So like if I want to insert audio here, all I have to do is add media, and that's just a basic function of WordPress. Then I can go in here and say I want to add from the audio section, and then I just go Talia Plaza goes there, and then the most important thing is filling all of this stuff out, and it's also a big pain in the ass. If you're not using alt text for your images, then your website is not accessible to people with screen readers, and that's bad. So you should do that. It's extremely good, even if you're doing a visual medium. So like, obviously I'm a painter, but I care about people who are visually impaired, and I think it's important that they be able to interact with this website, especially since I have an audio component. So yeah, it's important to me that I have all text on all of my images, including my logo, so like on the main part of the site. So if you're not doing that, then you are missing out, and you have a whole audience that you're not reaching. So, so yeah, I just plug it in there. And
so it's the same way you upload a photo.
Exactly, the exact same way. Yes, it all comes in the same thing. I might use video in the future, but I don't currently. So I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. The only thing I'm frustrated with on WordPress, and if somebody has is that there really is no good answer to creating a nice shell on top of the audio. So like the audio player, I think just looks horrible. I think it looks awful. And that's why I like using things like Squarespace. Unfortunately, with Squarespace and my map component, you can only plug in one map point per map, which is totally pointless for what I need it for. So that's why, yes. And I realize why they do that, because Squarespace is built for people that don't have time to build websites. And so for something like what I'm doing that requires me to, like I have a very specific purpose that I want to do. I want to map my paintings and drawings and audio conversations across this big map. I'm not, if I was working at a restaurant or had another small business where the sole function of that map was to find where I'm located, yeah, all I need to do is map one point on that thing. That makes sense. So yeah, but I still use Squarespace for my podcast, and I still use Squarespace for like my main site, and all of my commerce goes through that. This WordPress is really just my playground. Like I, as a painter, love doing that, but I want to push the medium. I want to tell stories in a different way. I want to have genuine connections and conversations with my models, which is what you just saw there. So that is what this little experiment is all about. Does anybody have any other questions?
Suggestion for you: if you stick the audio on archive.org, it's free, and you can post in an HTML snippet that'll make a free audio player for you.
What does it look like though? What does the audio player look like though?
Like your standard Flash audio player.
Flash, no man.
It's not Flash, it's HTML.
Oh, okay.
It just
all right.
looks like it.
Okay, cool, awesome. I just.
Archive.org.
Yeah, I have heard of archive.org. I didn't know. So you can just upload your stuff there, and they host all of that content for free.
Yeah.
Okay, but then the idea is that it can be searched and all that.
It can be searched. You can put a feed or links to it.
Okay, sweet. I like that. I've used archive.org for stuff like that. Actually, that I didn't know you could figure out stuff on there. Cool. Anybody has any other questions? thoughts, feelings, concerns? I know, it's like, does anybody else want to come up and let me draw them? I would really love that. Keep my hands busy. I thought there'd be more people that'd be into it.
Why not?
Yay! I like
There
it.
we go. Listen, she's a lot more fun. Like, well, we talked for a whole hour that one day.
I know. Well, it's weird because we have like, you know, we're in front of an audience and stuff. We get weird about stuff like that. Awesome. So I have this little waiver that you can sign.
I promise not to steal it yet.
No. Do you mind grabbing that pen? Yeah. Or you can sign underneath there. Yes. What's your name?
Jim.
Hey, Jim. How are you? What do you do?
I'm looking to start a podcast with the guy. I'll be the geek behind the guy doing the sports podcast.
Oh, cute. That's cool. So yeah, basically just asking people what they're good at, which is very simple. It doesn't have to be occupational. People think that. And please don't make it too abstract. It should be really specific.
No problem. What I'm good at is.
I'm gonna draw you doing that.
All right. Well, remembering random facts way too well and making connections that shouldn't be there, and making people feel better about medical stuff, because I can go, I had a heart transplant, I was unconscious for 3 weeks. Your experience was better than mine.
Oh wow.
So
Can we narrow that down to the random facts one, or how would you do that? Kind of like 7 things.
Random facts is good. Just
Random facts. What kind of random facts do you know?
all the media stuff we're doing here, making links to other people in marketing.
Yeah.
It's what medieval Germans would have called magic.
Really?
It's exactly, magic's alive and well. It's just called marketing and politics and media.
So do you think that magic is really just like this conceptual thing that people don't understand, and once they actually
And it's
kind of
not
dig
like
into, it's like
throwing fireballs. If you looked back in the ancient cultures, what it was marketing. It's just a different word.
I feel like there's like a really nasty joke you can think about marketing there somewhere. Where it's like
Or politics, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My father's a photographer and works for an agency affiliate, and we always make lots of really nasty comments. So I think one of the goals that I have with you people actually talking to people about doing creative things is that I think there is this kind of like barrier that people create for themselves mentally about the arts and sort of making things.
Yeah.
And I like to be a little bit more transparent about it. It probably doesn't do me any favors, and I want to take the unsexy part out of it. I think keeping it sexy would mean that they would just full and
keep people interested.
yeah, and engaged. And I'm like, it's actually really practical and just genuine and nice. And that's cool. So, have you ever done a podcast before?
No.
Okay. I do have passing or do you feel like you've already gotten all that knowledge with the other people?
I'm getting a lot of advice here and there.
Yeah. What's advice for today?
Backups, so you don't lose the copy of your audio.
Yeah, but if you do that, then make sure you have a lot of stuff to back your shit up on.
Yeah.
Have lots of backups to fix things and everything.
Yeah, it is.
So what do you think is the most engaging thing about listening? Because isn't it kind of old school, right? Like this whole podcast thing.
Yeah, that's back to old radio shows.
Yeah, like what is so engaging about that?
I think it might have grown out of audiobooks, at least that's my theory. I like listening to those and listening to podcasts while exercising and walking, driving somewhere on a long distance.
I'm glad that you said that because I've been listening to audiobooks since my mother was pregnant. Yeah, I'm OG when it's, I call books on tape. Like that's how long I
old school.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and I just love like assistive technology. Like you find that like that's where the real storytelling is happening. Like when you have to kind of adapt something from what people think is normal. I think I've never been more upset in my life when I was at a conference and somebody heard a screen reader going and they laughed and I was just like, what is wrong with you? Like it's so bad.
Pittsburgh's a good place for assistive technology. You know about the woman with the microchip in her brain?
Microchip in her? What?
She was at UPMC and she's since moved on to the military. She's a quadriplegic. They put a microchip in her brain and she could control her body part by thought, not by commands. Feed herself.
That's amazing.
They don't say where she is. She's out with the military flying planes by her brain.
Holy crap. Do you think that's like more technically specific than, you know, like relying on that like brain-hand connection? You know what I mean? Like you'd be less.
It's a little more general. They stick the chip there and they learn what patterns and train it to her.
Oh my God.
So yeah, the whole random memory thing.
That is so cool. Where did you hear about that?
Oh, somewhere on the internet a couple of years ago.
Yeah, what do you read on the internet? What are your sources? What do you...
Futurity, I think is how you pronounce it.
Okay.
It's a website that it's written for humans, but everything is backed by an actual published article.
Oh, okay.
So that's the main thing I check.
All right. And so does that just aggregate from other, like how does it source its content?
Professional journals.
Oh, okay.
It's like a human article on a published scientific journal article. Covers medical science research.
That's amazing.
So with the heart transplant, I keep track of all the medical stuff.
Yeah, so you've had a heart transplant.
Yeah.
I know it's a stupid question to ask, but like.
It's like, hey, you've had this all your life and you never knew it. I think I took it pretty well. I went, hey, upgrade. So I skipped like all the psychological conditioning and
How old were you when you had your...
5 years to go, so 30.
Wow. That's amazing.
Get vaccinations, all of you. When I was in the hospital, or another kid that was in his lower 20s, didn't get the swine flu vaccination and destroyed his heart.
Wow. Whoa. So did you get that transplant here?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
How long did it take?
Normally you're out by a week in therapy.
Uh-huh.
I had to be difficult, so I was unconscious for 3.5 weeks.
Wow. So what's it like waking up and knowing that you lost so much time, or realizing that you lost so much time?
It takes a second. Well, the worst part is waking up on the ventilator and not being able to ask questions. So you're sitting there and they strap you down so you can't pull the tubes out. And like, if people forget to tell you whether it was a success or not, you start wondering.
Yeah, if you can't move, you started to think.
You can't move. And you're on so many drugs, you can't write. So you're kind of incommunicado and you have to rely on other people to tell you what's going on.
Yeah, I've only had one surgery. I had my hip replacement when I was 13. And it turned out I had kind of this place. Yeah, which is weird. But yeah, so it was really I mean, I had an idea of what was going on, but it's very disappointing.
It is.
Oh,
Two people, yeah.
Yeah.
The group gets together once a month.
Really? You still get together?
Yeah, but I see more people in the hospital. It's amazing how nice they are.
Yeah.
You come in, it's been 3 or 4 years, and I'll say hi to you in the hallways, or if they're working somewhere, check you in. Oh, yeah. They're interested in keeping track on you. Even a surgeon wants to know how.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've been with a surgeon. Like, I have a patient so formally.
Yeah.
Here. That's cool. So do you have anything else on the internet to know about? Well, you put your podcast that you're going to be doing.
I don't even have a name for it. Pittsburgh Phil, the guy who calls in on the sports shows, got together with me, and he's got some endorsements. He's going to have one live one at Super Guts. And
Super Guts?
Yeah.
That's so cool. How do you get permission from Super
I
Guts?
have no idea. All he does is hustle all day. He's so busy.
Yeah. Like it.
But yeah, I get to be peek behind that.
Oh, that's so cool. So have some more cool facts for me. That sounds so rude. I don't mean to be like, do it now. Like, but I just.
Well, it's all associative, so I need to, give me something.
All right, let's do local history. I love local history. Do you think about local history?
Not much. I know Pittsburgh people, all that's left, all the smart people went down to Tennessee for the Whiskey Rebellion.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone that didn't care enough to move because of the taxes stayed.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
They got better weather.
yeah, it's kind of true. Do you think that means that?
No, goes off.
Right, they actually have. No. That's cute. What about local industry?
Not too much.
Well, is that something?
Yeah, it's the main thing I love.
I was learning about all the major disasters that have happened after the fire in the 1840s, that kind of really decimated here, talking about kind of how it spread, and how George Washington was the official surveyor of this area, and the people were, and yeah.
Somewhere around here, there was a molasses factory where like the giant 100-gallon or 500-gallon tub collapsed in like a whole wave down the street. Yeah, imagine the flies that. Sure.
You get breakfast at this too.
No problem.
Quarter to 15 minutes. Do you want to
That's what I do. Everybody this time. I'm just so excited.
Well, I take OSHA classes at Pitt, so maybe we could teach a class there.
That's interesting.
The classes go like for 5 weeks, like the same day, like let's say every Monday at 10 to 12.
They're OSHA classes?
It's that's the name of a person who donated money. It's for people 60 and over.
Oh, cool. Very cool. Well, that's all I got, everybody. You have questions up here, but otherwise you're free to do the thing. What do you think? I lived up to my 3 things that I posted on my doodle.
That was awesome.
Back when we first talked about
I
it.
like to network and I have a list of birthday cards that give you free meals for your birthday.
Oh my gosh. Free meals for my birthday just happened too.
Oh. Well, you could do it then. You could log on for next year. You know.
What is that? What is it called?
Oh, I just sent the list out to people who are on my email list.
Well, yeah, I don't know. What do I do? Ta-da! Done.
Yeah. Thank you,
everybody.
Okay, this is gonna fail you. You don't think, really?
just a silly Libsyn question while you're setting up.
Sure.
Why did every page on the site require a password?
What?
Every page that went through, I was going through my couple podcasts, but the stats required a password and sign.
The regular login?
Yeah, I'm talking about
From a hotel? They might have been switching out like your IP address real quick or something like that. That's the only thing I could come up with. Something about your session, your sign-on session wouldn't have been saving. I need someplace to. What is today?
August 15th.
National Happy Cat Day.
Oh boy. Get
Level?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there a level on this thing?
I don't know.
No.
Just make it look good.
That's all right. Here comes that.
When I walk, I start throwing this out.
Oh no, it's supposed to be something like that.
I literally said I don't know where to put this. Exactly.
You put it on a chair. Did you get mad if I like kicked your truck out of it?
No, mine's hers.
Yes, she did.
This thing is a photography track.
I think I'm just
I try and like level it on that door frame because there's no bubble up.
Yeah, back in the day, remember when they helped discover the now you're just I don't listen to the radio and every time I do, like I'm trying to find a podcast to listen to, it's just nothing I can work from it. Or anybody's internet.
Yeah, yeah, we do like a cheese one.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeff Kinch is now somewhere that I was like, holy cow, that's Jeff. Still,
Yeah, I've heard that. I guess the thing I was always wondering was I just sold on walls 6 days in a row. And then I went outside to Ohio. But yeah. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah. My favorite now is in my like basically their DJs. So like hearts. What about that's it. I mean, plays on that song, and then she comes on and says, whatever Kenny G. And it's just the name of the song, and then the name of the song, and then of course. But like if you go way back before my time, the days of Wolfman Jack, I was a guy the person that. Yes. Oh, yes. Back when WordPress. Wow. Oh, wow. Right. I was gonna say, let's go to close the air. Do you have a podcast? That's cool. It is. So that's well, kind of. I got river. I went back to school. I got a degree and also got a wife. She's great. Great B2. Nothing left to her son.
Because her office is like 2 blocks away. If you knew where she was, I could go pick up the dog.
Yeah, people can. Really, the only thing they act is
I mean, I can just look stuff the whole time. So much in the real.
Which is where I was.
I have a feeling that I screw stuff up. That was when I was like,
yeah. If you ever, you're in that area, Cleveland Podcasters third Tuesday.
It's mostly for
There you go. Cleveland Podcasters. Okay. Garfield Heights of New Horizons, which is my day. Anywhere from 5 to
so if you're totally wrong, if you're doing something totally wrong,
we're talking about radio stations. It was it's actually quietly because I used to be okay. And I got involved in a corporate-owned radio station. And I used to love it when people call in and say, "Hey, can you play this song?" Yeah, we'll get that on. Our music and corporate on a quarter-inch radio. And you just put the reel on, and it was whatever it was for the next 8 hours. My favorite was when I called and requested Judas Priest, and they said, "Yeah, we actually can't play that right now. Plus Lover Boys." They play that right now. And I'll say, "Okay, hey, Rick, can you play Lover Boys, Love Never Gives Up?" He's like, "Sure can." And sure enough, there wasn't my voice on the radio. That's what I went.
No problem.
Good luck. One station on the rock side. The owner.
Wow, you're using your watch to change the slide.
Be quiet, you.
Only the good guy on the bubble.
On my phone.
No, you didn't.
On the 33.
I can't do audio because I'm using my phone. I can't grab in the back. I have to I can't audio.
Right. His daughter, she was a senior in high school. Got in on a pregnancy challenge. And there was a group of like 20 of them. They were all Catholic, and they all decided to get pregnant before the end of their senior year.
That's good. Yeah, it's weird to think of. I remember, if you think back when Elton John, was it 4 o'clock in the morning, damn it. Like, damn it, now it's like every other word is believed now. It's ridiculous. Anyway, get out of Crystal's way.
Yeah, congratulations, the name's ready.
That's it.
Why is it called podcasting?
Why is what called podcasting? Podcasts?
Yeah.
Well, it's actually an old term. It used to be kind of netcasting, which was just taking a cast of something, audio or video, and putting it out on the internet. Apple kind of owned the name when they took on making iPods and put podcasts as part of their iTunes store library. And the term just kind of went with it, podcasting, and it's been that ever since. Okay, so I guess we're at time. So this is leveraging WordPress for your podcast website. This is going to give you some basics about WordPress and about how to publish your podcast to WordPress if you want to use WordPress for your website and why you might want to do that. Just a little bit of a warning. I'm coming off of a bit of a cold, so my voice might give out on me. I might have to pause for some water, so if I do, I apologize. But so my name is Crystal O'Connor. If you don't already, some of you people already know me, awesome. If you don't know me, I actually work for Libsyn, which is a podcast host and distribution company here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've been in the tech industry for about 15 years, working in everything from electronic and online litigation into web hosting, which is how I got into blogging. And then I moved into podcast hosting over at Libsyn. So I've been at this for a little while. I've been on several different shows, including Libsyn's The Feed. I've also been a guest on the Podcasters Roundtable, and I co-host Libsyn Live, which is a Q&A on how to podcast, which is available up on YouTube. And I also produce a few of my own shows as well. So that's. So why do you need a home for your show? When I talk about your home for your show, I'm talking about your website. A lot of people think, well, my podcast is already in iTunes, or it's already in Stitcher. So why do I need a website? Well, what happens if iTunes went away tomorrow? I'm not saying they're going to. They're not making any money off of podcasting. What if they get rid of podcasts from their iTunes store? Or even at that, in general, Google does not scan iTunes, but Google will scan your website. Or maybe there's additional content you want to offer your listeners, such as show notes and things like that. You need a website for your show. And that website becomes your home. It's your home base. Yes, you need a website. If something happened to iTunes tomorrow, what would happen to your audience? Your website adds to your search rankings, Google thing, provides a home base where listeners can find you, find your episodes, find out how to listen to you. Maybe they're trying to figure, maybe they just switched to an Android device. Well, how do I get to you on Android if before I was on iTunes? You can put links like that on your show website. Provides you with a home place for your show notes or transcriptions, any additional content, relevant content. And here's just some example websites. More Stories has a very basic podcast page. Libsyn, this is one of our basic pages for Libsyn Live. She Podcasts is a podcast about women podcasters, and that's their homepage, just to give you some ideas. So when I talk about search, I always start by talking about what's your top 10. So if you go into Google and you run a search on anything, what do you get back? You get back 10 results, right? That's the first page is always going to be 10. You should own those 10 results. They should be you if they're searching for you. So my first example here is The Nerdist. And you notice just by searching for his show name, every single result here is his. He owns it. He did that partially through his website. Many of the hits here are his website. He did that partially through iTunes. He also has a Wikipedia page. So it's a well-rounded solution, but it all starts with his website. Another example here is Aisha Taylor from Girl on Guy. Same exact thing. I did a search, not even for her, I searched for Girl on Guy. And I got all results of her. They start with her site. It includes just the link to her show in iTunes, not all her individual episodes. Amazon, those kinds of things. So she owns her top 10.
Jessica Kumperman is co-host for She Podcasts. Again, she has actually multiple shows, and maybe you meet her at a conference and you know her name, you have her business card, you don't know what show she has. So you do a Google search for Jessica Kumperman. She owns her identity on Google. And one more is one of my personal shows, Bullet Talk Radio. And again, if you do a search for Bullet Talk or Bullet Talk Radio, I own the top 10 in Google. And that's partly, again, through the use of websites and other locations such as iTunes, Facebook, and so forth, but it always comes back to your website. Now, on your website, you will probably want to put show notes. If you're not familiar with show notes, it's basically a general idea of what you're going to get out of the episode. It might include some time codes. You'll see here. I'll walk in front for a second. There are time codes here for what's being talked about that Elsie put into that show. Some people like to do transcripts, particularly for accessibility or for search rankings, but it's not just for SEO. It also provides a source. So if you're a news show and you want to link to the source of your content of what you're talking about, you put that in your show notes. It also gives a way for people to share your content straight from your website. Makes it much easier to share. Timelines for people who are interested in just a specific part of a conversation. Maybe you have an hour-long episode and you spoke with one guest for 20 minutes. So you provide that time code so somebody can come in and listen to that 20 minutes. Or, again, transcripts, images, bios of your guests, and other information. All of that does become search capable, but that's also good for your listeners. They want to see that information. So why WordPress? If you're not already familiar with WordPress, WordPress is one of the top content management systems out there. And by that, I mean it has a back end where you can log in, you can add your content, you can do plugins, make it pretty, and then the front end is your nice website. It makes it really easy for you to add content. It is one of the most popular blogging softwares out there. It powers 24.1% of all sites on the internet. And that is a number from just this year. It is extremely popular amongst podcasters. Therefore, there are tons of already created plugins and themes that you can use for your podcast. So it makes it really easy for you to connect your podcast and your WordPress site. No manually coding media players or anything like that. Somebody's already done that for you. A word of caution. My background is web hosting, so I saw what these content management systems do to web servers. Always maintain all security updates, or pick a hosting service that will do this for you. Kind of like Windows. WordPress is really popular, so hackers really like to try to break it. So maintain those security updates. When you get pinged that, hey, go click the update button in WordPress, do it. Or bring on a host that will do that automatically for you. Don't pick plugins just because they're popular. When you get into WordPress and you go into that plugins library, there are thousands and thousands of plugins to pick from. And some of them are really popular. Don't pick them just because they're popular. That doesn't mean they're secure. It doesn't mean that they're safe. Same thing goes for themes, which you can buy themes to help adjust the look and feel of your website without the costly designer. It's the same thing. Don't pick themes just because they're popular. Don't install plugins for the sake of trying it out and then not installing it. The more plugins and themes that you install and just leave on your site, the more overhead you're putting on your web server, which means your web host isn't going to like you very much and you run the risk of getting shut down. It also leaves you open to security holes and incompatibilities across all those different softwares. So just install the stuff that you're actually going to use. If you're not going to use it, uninstall it. Now, since we are primarily talking about using WordPress for podcasts, one thing that I want to mention now, and I will get into this a little bit more later, is podcast feeds should not be run from your WordPress install. So for those of you who have already started podcasting, you probably have heard about what an RSS feed is, but for the uninitiated, an RSS feed is just a bunch of jumbled code that makes it really easy for something like iTunes or Stitcher to determine what your episodes are and how your show is put together so that they can give that to the listener. You can technically create RSS feeds for podcasts through WordPress, either using WordPress itself or other plugins. It's not necessarily a good idea. I will get into that deeper in a little bit. So we're going to talk a little bit about how to set up WordPress.
I remember when I first started in web hosting a little over 10 years ago, my first project when I got on the job was go install WordPress. We didn't have a one-click install. This meant go create a database, write a bunch of commands, make sure you're running this version of PHP and a whole bunch of other stuff. It took me 2 days. And I was technical. It's not like that anymore. But there are some things you need to consider. What will your domain be and where will you register it? So for me, if I wanted to do a personal site, my name's Crystal O'Connor, so I might have the site crystalo'connor.com. So I need to buy that domain name, crystalo'connor.com. Where will you host your website? It's kind of like, where are you going to host your media files? Where's your website going to physically live? What server in this world is it going to live on so that when people go to crystalo'connor.com, that site comes up? And where will you host your podcasts? If you don't already have a podcast rolling, your media files need to have a home too. And that shouldn't be your web host because it's not what they're meant to do. For web hosting, I do recommend Pair Networks, not only because I worked for them at one point, but because in this business, you either have McDonald's hosting or you have good hosting. And Pair Networks provides very, very good hosting. They're stable, they're reliable, they have support that actually answers the phone, and they are Pittsburgh-based, which makes me happy. They do also have a domain registrar, which is pairnick.com. And we will get into how to pick a registrar and host in a little bit, but that I do like to recommend Pairnick or another company called Hover. And of course, I work for Libsyn, so I'm going to put Libsyn up on the screen as a good host for your media files. But there are other hosts out there, such as, say, Spreaker or, SoundCloud, but I don't recommend them. Podbean, there are other, Blueberry, there are other hosts out there that can maintain your media files and your RSS feed for you. So picking a domain name. You have to first make sure somebody doesn't already have your domain name. So it's kind of like starting a business. You have to make sure somebody doesn't already have that business name, right? Same idea. In the world of domain names, we call that the Who Is database. Now you can go to GoDaddy or Hover or Enum or Network Solutions, and they'll all have this search bar that allows you to search to see if the domain of your choice is already taken. And when you do a search, if it is already taken, you're probably going to see an output like this. If it were on a higher resolution screen, that might make a little more sense. But basically, it's going to tell you the domain name, when it was registered, who it's registered to, those kinds of things. But basically, all you really need to know at this point is that domain's already taken, you can't use it. One thing I will note, not all registrars play nice. So especially somebody like GoDaddy, if you go and you type in that domain name and that domain name does not already exist, they will actually hold that domain name for a certain period of time. So you can't go somewhere else and register it. You're now stuck registering it with them unless you want to wait more than 48 hours. I've tested this. So again, you can run your own Who Is search, or you can use somebody like Pairnick that's not going to hold that domain name hostage should you wish to buy it themselves. Domain registrars do matter. There are registrars that offer your .coms super, super cheap. But what you can run into is once you register your domain name and you get in there, anything you want to add, like privacy so that people can't find your physical address, which you have to provide whenever you register a domain name, they might charge you for that. If you want to forward your domain to an actual web host, they might charge you for that. Custom name servers and custom DNS, all those technical things, each one of those services might cost you more. So you either pay a really low cost for the domain up front and then you have to pay a bunch later, or you just pay 15, 19 bucks for the domain and call it a day. Also watch for registrars that will hijack your domain if it expires. When you buy a domain, you're buying it for a certain period of time, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. If you let that domain lapse and it expires, it goes into what's called a redemption period. When it goes in a redemption period, you can still renew the domain, but some registrars will actually charge you an exorbitant amount of money. So you might have paid 15 bucks to register the domain initially, Your domain goes into redemption, it's expired, they'll charge you $200, $300, $400 to renew the domain name. So you either pay it or you lose it. I actually lost my business domain name to that, and I knew better. So always make sure you keep it renewed, maybe do an auto pay so it always stays renewed. But that is something to watch for. So just check the reviews and check around with other people who have websites, who have domain names. Hey, who'd you use? Did you think they were a little shady? Do your research before you pick a registrar because you are kind of married to them, at least for a little while. Again, I do personally recommend either PearNick or Hover. I've used both and never had a problem with them. There are others that I have used. I'm not mentioning them because I have. So,
can you move, like if you've registered with someone, can you, after a year, can you move it to another
you
site,
can
or is it
transfer,
like
but domain registrations are very heavily regulated. And the problem if you, like, let's say you register a domain for a year and then you decide, oh, I don't like Enoch, I want to move. You can only move during certain periods of that registration. So I think it's like 2 months before renewal, you have to finalize the transfer. And the transfer doesn't happen right away. It's a several day to a week-long process where the two registrars have to talk to each other. It's not really an easy process. So it's better to get in with a decent registrar up front. And if you do feel once you register that you need to move, move. Don't wait until it's time to renew. Otherwise, you're just going to have to renew and be stuck with them again. So it's not the easiest process in the world because it's so heavily regulated. Now, for web hosting, and I'm speaking specifically to WordPress here and the general podcaster, you need a web host that's going to be stable. It's going to offer scalability in case you grow. Hopefully you will. They need to have responsive support in case something breaks. They should help you maintain security updates. So if you're looking specifically for a WordPress host, and we're going to show you later a one-click WordPress install, in that case, you want them to make sure that they are maintaining those security updates because, again, hackers really like WordPress. You don't want to be hacked. They should offer a pretty fair terms of service. And the reason I put that in there is because you find a lot, well, this web host will offer me unlimited bandwidth or unlimited storage. Folks, there is no such thing as unlimited, ever. Not in this industry. So if you look at the terms of service on something that's unlimited, they'll probably say, well, you're limited to a certain amount of CPU per process, or a certain amount of RAM per process. Does that sound like English to the average person? Not really. But if you get a lot of traffic, you may have unlimited bandwidth, but you've just spiked the server resources on the server. They're going to shut you down anyway. There's no such thing as unlimited. So watch that. And if you're looking at a host for WordPress, hopefully they have a one-click WordPress install, because otherwise it's not the easiest thing to set up. And some people think stuff like that's fun. Dave probably thinks stuff like that is fun. Nick's over there shaking his head. Yes, that stuff's fun to people like us that are nerds. Not fun to somebody who just wants to get their awesome content out there, right? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Libsyn has created a partnership with Pair. That partnership was something that I specifically fostered because I felt that we needed someplace good that we could recommend. And so if you sign up with Pair, you will get a free setup. You get a 100-day trial per se. So if you don't like the service, you can cancel at any time for a full refund, and 10% off, plans starting at $6. Over at Libsyn, I can help you with any questions about Pair, and their support team is responsive. So any questions you have, they can help you as well. So it is a good partnership. So if you want to do that, you can. Pair.com/Libsyn. So installing WordPress. Now what I'm showing you is through Pair's system. But if you have a host like GoDaddy where they're using cPanel or Bluehost, they all pretty much have some semblance of a one-click install. So you just need to follow what their knowledge base says, but usually it's, here's WordPress, hit the button, and then install. This is Pair's Software Installation Manager. When you log in, you would just click PairSim, and you would pick WordPress, which is the first one on the list. And it'll pull up a page that'll ask you what your blog is going to be named, what domain name, which we've registered, if you want to put that on. It'll automatically pick the install path. You don't need to worry about all that stuff. And what's your email address? And then you just hit the install button. One of the nice things, and I will talk a little bit about helpful plugins, but and most one-click installs will install WordPress with a plugin called WP Super Cache. That's a good thing. So if you see that, thumbs up. It will tell you what your username and password are in order to log into your administration. That's it. It's already installed. That is the WordPress login. So the admin username that they gave and the password that they gave, that's where I would put it. And you hit the login button and you're logged into WordPress. So we're going to talk a little bit about configuring your site. Because once you install WordPress, you're going to want to make it look pretty. And you're going to want to set up things so that it does all the stuff you want it to do. Media players for your content, connect up to Facebook, things like that. So I'm going to start with things that make your site look pretty, and those are what we call themes. There are thousands of themes out there, and many of them are great. Many of them aren't. Some of them cost money, some of them cost a lot of money, some of them are free. Now, App and Deputy is one that I have installed on my personal blog. It is actually one of the most popular podcasting themes that I've been hearing about lately. One of the nice things about them is they do automatically have players built in. So you just give them your media file URL and boom, you've got the player. And it's designed to the look and feel of your site. The App and Deputy set, they have a number of different themes you can pick from, but the benefit to them is really that they do have that player and that they are specific to podcasters. All their themes are built around the concept of audio and video podcasters. So all of the App and Deputy themes operate on what's called the Genesis framework. Normally I wouldn't even talk about frameworks because a lot of times that's the stuff that's in the back end that kind of makes things work. The bad side to App and Deputy is that you either get their free theme and they have free themes, or you buy their theme, but you also have to get the Genesis framework. So you have to get two things. Now they walk you through how to do that, but the cost for the Genesis framework is $59.95, and the theme that I use that I walk through here is the Playcast Pro theme, and that's $59.95. Some other themes that you can consider that aren't necessarily podcast specific, but that are nice themes, very highly customizable, maybe not as expensive, is Choices by Vato, and that's $49. Or Vantage Premium, which I think you see on a later slide, that one's $15. Both good themes. Actually, Choices is what Lipson uses on their WordPress site. But they aren't necessarily podcast specific. So I just wanted to throw some of those different options out. Should you buy that theme? Well, there's a lot of really great themes out there. Some that are expensive, some not as expensive, some that are free. A great theme doesn't have to be expensive. Across multiple content management systems, I have used themes that are free, and they've been great. Don't buy a theme, again, just because it's popular, 4 out of 5 stars. Some questions to ask yourself: when was the theme last updated by the developer? Was it a theme put out there that went live maybe in 2010 and there's not been a single comment or update from the developer since then? I can tell you WordPress has been updated an awful lot since then. So when was the theme last updated? How accessible is the developer? So as WordPress updates, if maybe the theme hasn't kept up to date with those updates, are you able to reach that developer? Or are you going to be stuck with a broken theme and now you're racing to redo your site for your business? Does the theme use a framework like Genesis, as I mentioned? And if so, how well received and developed is that framework? So in the case of App and Deputy, they tell you right on the front page, hey, you need Genesis. Okay, great. Is that actually being maintained by the developer? Do your homework, just like anything else, before installing any random theme. Themes can also open security holes just like a plugin. So the same kind of care needs to put into the theme. So I did a quick, ooh, hello. Quick little video on how to actually install a theme, and it's really quite simple. You log into your WordPress admin, and under Appearance, there's an option for themes, and there's an Add New button right up at the top there. If you click that, if you purchased a theme, they've probably given you a file in your email, and you just upload that file straight into WordPress, and you can tell it to either preview the file or to activate the theme, and then you can actually view it. See, I talked through that faster than the video would.
Do you know any good free ones?
Off the top of my head,
Yeah, free themes.
well, there's actually a couple that actually come with WordPress, like the 20 series. And usually you can choose the colors and add the banners and move things around so much that you can customize that pretty well. And those are actually put forth by the WordPress teams. Those are always managed every time something's updated. So that's always a good place to start. So
And do you need like this Genesis framework for that, or?
no, no. Usually a framework is built in with the theme. App and Deputy has chosen not to build it in. They've chosen to have you obtain that separately. But if a theme requires a specific framework, they will tell you how to get it. If they don't, find another theme. It should be pretty easy to set up. If it's not, then you should probably find a different theme. So some features of media compatible or specific themes. Oftentimes you will have a location where you can actually enter the URL to the media file. So let's say you upload a media file to Libsyn and it gives you that download URL. You can plug that right in there and it'll generate that media player on your site. Or it may provide a text box to include a media player. So maybe you've uploaded something to YouTube, or you want to use the Libsyn player or some other iframe embeddable player. You can put that code right there. Podcast-specific themes usually include a built-in player, which is nice because then the player actually looks like the rest of your site. It all matches. It all works together. And here's an example. This is on the Playcast Pro theme, which is from App and Deputy. This is an audio file hosted in Libsyn. I just gave it the immediate download URL, and it generated that player to post for me. And this was actually a YouTube video, and I just took the embed code from the YouTube video and popped that in that text box, and it put it right in there for me. No questions asked, no hassle. So now we're going to talk a little bit about plugins. There's so many plugins out there. Some of them are great, some of them are useful, some of them are fun, and some of them are downright dangerous. So how do you pick which ones you might want to use, especially for a media show? Well, got some recommendations. This is what happens when you do a presentation from your cell phone. There you go. And of course, should you buy that plugin, that's this is actually almost identical to the theme slide. It's the same idea. How accessible is the developer? When was that plugin put out, and has it been updated recently? Are there any reviews on that plugin? Can you do a Google search and find people outside of the WordPress plugin store actually talking about that plugin? And what do they say? One other thing to watch is how many plugins you have installed. I briefly mentioned before, the more plugins you have installed, the more overload on your site. That means it takes longer for your site to load. If you ever hit a website where it takes 5, 6, 7 seconds, and then go get that cup of coffee and maybe it'll load by then. The more plugins you have, the more likely that's going to happen. And the more likely that happens, the more you anger your web host. You don't want to do that. So some popular plugins for everybody, whether you're blogging or doing podcasting, these are some plugins that I by default install on every WordPress site. The first is Yoast SEO. Now there's a lot of different SEO plugins. They are really great plugins, but Yoast is one of the most popular, and I've been using it for years. Their development is great. They have free versions and
paid for versions. I actually use the free version and have. I've never bought a copy, though I should, because I really want to support the development team. But it does a really good job of making it easy for you to optimize your posts for search engine rankings like Google, Bing, and even social. Also, I mentioned earlier WP Super Cache, or another option is W3 Total Cache. We were talking about site load, and you get that site that takes way too long to load. Well, if you can use a caching plugin, that can save the content so that it makes it really fast to load later for other users. So caching really reduces load on the server. It makes sites load a lot faster. It's always a good idea in any content management system to run a proper caching plugin. And WordFence or security, I use WordFence. Libsyn uses WordFence, but I do know hosts that will by default install security. They're both really good options for actually tracking what's hitting your site and getting rid of some of those spammy hits. And it also can help protect you from known hackers or known hacker locations, things like that. Think of it as a firewall, only instead of for Windows, it's for WordPress. Some helpful plugins that you're not required to have, but that I like, that are handy. Again, going back to the team in Yoast Analytics. So I actually pull my Google Analytics into Yoast Analytics. So when I log into my WordPress dashboard, I see all my Google Analytics there. It's really nice. Really simple CAPTCHA. Have you ever seen those funky puzzle things you have to type in when you fill in a form? Well, if you're going to do a contact form, like contact form 7, you can use really simple CAPTCHA in order to help secure that form so you don't get your email spammed to oblivion. And Page Builder by Site Origin is actually a really great way when you're creating your pages or your posts in WordPress to actually format your page to look the way you want. Anytime I'm doing a landing page for like a webinar or something like that, I use Page Builder because it allows me to pinpoint exactly where I want the stuff to go. It's a really powerful way to create your posts and make them look the way you want.
What were those last two again?
Really simple CAPTCHA, Contact Form 7, and Page Builder. Now, quick note, I mentioned WordFence or security. I actually spoke with one of my web hosting friends about this, and I was informed that those one-click WordPress installers, the auto installers, oftentimes if you have one of those security systems installed, the auto installer will actually break. So if you're going to manually update WordPress and you have one of those installed, you should deactivate the plugin first, run your update, and reactivate the plugin. Or if you enable the auto update in WordPress itself, WordPress will handle the update, so you don't have to worry about it. But it is just something to keep in the back of your mind. Some other helpful plugins if you ever want to sell, especially physical products on your site. WooCommerce is probably one of the most common plugins for that. MetaSlider Pro, if you've ever seen those image slider banner things on websites, MetaSlider Pro is one of my favorites for that. IT Lightbox is a really nice, lightweight Lightbox plugin for handling images on your site. If you really want to replace the comment system on WordPress, by the way, please do. Discuss is a good option. The WordPress built-in search box is kind of terrible. So relevancy is actually a really great option to do full text searches on your WordPress site. If you've ever tried to do a table using the editor, commonly known Tiny MCE, you've probably wanted to pull your hair out or go bald or something. WP Tiny MCE tables makes that really simple. Raw HTML, if you've ever tried to copy like a widget from another website or a media player from another website and plug that into your post, and then when you look at your post on your site, all you see is jumbled code, it's probably because WordPress either stripped it or tried to edit the code for you because they think they're smarter than you. Raw HTML allows you to take code, plug it straight in, and have WordPress not break it for you. And WP testimonials, if you have like a business site or a consulting site, and you want testimonials, if you plug this plugin on your site and you fill in all of your testimonials into their database, anytime somebody hits the site, a new testimonial will show up. It's a really great way to handle that without doing it manually. Okay.
On that slide, previously you said be careful about how many plugins you put in.
Yeah.
But there are what, 10 or so there. Is that too many?
These are recommendations.
Okay.
Only pick the ones you think work for you. If you have no need for testimonial, don't install a testimonial plugin. It's not necessary. If you're not selling stuff on your site, don't install WooCommerce. It's just not necessary. If you're not doing tables, don't install a table plugin. These are just options for things that come up frequently. Hey, how do I do this? Hey, how do I do that? What's an easy way? So I kind of wanted to put together a list of some of those common ones, but only pick the ones that you're actually going to use.
But if you had to use all of those, whatever your business might be, is that too many?
You're starting to get up there. You're starting to get up there. Yeah. And there may be other ways you want to go about it at that point, if that's the kind of thing that you need. Yeah. It also depends on the server you're on. Most of us are going to be on shared servers where you're paying $10 a month, $15 a month for your hosting. If you're on a virtual server where it's just you, or a dedicated server where it's just you, or a cloud-based server, those can handle more, so you can give it a little more. And if you have a good caching plugin, it may be able to handle that a little better as well. So there's ways to optimize if you do start to grow. But once you start hitting that number, you do need to start looking at either optimizing or trimming down. Yeah, good question. Okay, so now we're going to talk about WordPress and your podcast, the thing that you guys are probably all here for. Some things not to do. Don't host your media and RSS feed through WordPress. I mentioned this earlier. Here's the thing. If you have a WordPress site, if you set up to have your podcast RSS feed and your media files all on the same server, and you install that new plugin, maybe that plugin is incompatible with the thing that generates your RSS feed. Your RSS feed just broke and nobody in iTunes can get to your content, to your media, to your podcast. This happens way more frequently than you might think. The RSS feed generator works perfectly fine, but you just upgraded WordPress, and now something's lagging behind. Your RSS feed just broke. The other thing is web hosts are built specifically to serve web pages, not big media files. The average podcast media file is 30 megabytes, 50 megabytes. You put out an episode, and that gets downloaded 200 times on that first day. Well, do the math, 200 times 50. That's a lot of bandwidth right off the get-go. There's also a certain way that podcasters are checking RSS feeds all the time. So you're talking about adding bandwidth and adding a certain type of traffic that web hosts just aren't meant for. So web hosts are meant for websites. Media hosts are meant for media. Whether you use Libsyn, which I like you do, but whether you use Libsyn or otherwise, at the end of the day, I would say that regardless, because it's true. For redundancy, speed, and reliability, media should be delivered through a CDN. Now that's a content media distribution or content distribution network. Most media hosts like Blueberry or Podbean or Libsyn, we all use content distribution networks. So when you upload your content to us, whether you know it or not, the listener who maybe in Texas downloads your file is going to download the file from the server closest to them. If that server goes down, doesn't matter, because the system is going to find the next closest server and download it from there. We do that for you. The web host isn't going to do that for you. It increases speed, it increases reliability. Plugins aren't always compatible with each other and can break RSS feeds. That does happen frequently. Same with upgrades to WordPress. Sudden spikes in media downloads can cause your host to literally shut down your site, especially if you're on one of those $5, $10, $15 accounts. You're sharing your server with sometimes up to 2,000 other websites. If your site is causing trouble on the server, your web host is going to keep you up. They're going to shut you down. It's nothing personal, but they will disable you because you're affecting 1,999 of their other customers. So sudden spikes can get you shut down. And why would you keep all your eggs in one basket? A lot of us, while we're doing this as a hobby, someday hope that this is going to turn into some kind of a brand or some kind of a business. And the number one questions I get in podcasting is, how do I monetize? Well, if that's the kind of thing that you're looking for, why would you put all your eggs in one basket?
If you have your media separate from your web host, if your website goes down, people can still get you on iTunes. They can still get you on Stitcher. If your RSS feed, God forbid, goes down, people can still find you on your website, and that's still available. So you always have something available. Okay, here's the do, the happy stuff. Post your media and your RSS feed through Podcast or Media Host. Keep your media and RSS feed off your web hosting server. We'll talk about these things. Utilize themes and plugins that allow you to connect your media hosting with your WordPress site for an easy workflow. We're going to go over some of those workflows here in a minute. If your website goes down, is upgraded, you install a plugin, your RSS feed remains safe. If your RSS feed goes down for any reason, your site is still available, redundancy is good. See, so redundant that I repeat myself. So setting up your content on your WordPress site. So before you actually start posting, you have to know where on your site you're actually going to plan on posting things. So, you know, your menu, like home, about me, podcast, what are those menu headings going to be, and those kinds of things. One of the things that I see is, well, can I just post can I just have all of my episodes automatically show up on a page? You mean create posts? No, I mean a page. No, you can't. Why not? Well, there are actually reasons. What is a category? What is a post? And why does this matter? So a page is static. Let me see which one I do first. So I talk about categories first. So categories are like a folder where posts are going to go. So you might create a category for appearances. And any blog post that has to do with appearances is going to go in that category folder, appearances. Or maybe you have a bunch of posts strictly about technology. So those posts will go in the tech category folder. It's a way of organizing content on your site. So whenever you create a post in WordPress, you'll see that you always have the option to select what category that particular piece of content is going to go in. Whenever you create your menus in WordPress, that thing along the top or along the side, wherever you choose to put it, home, about me, all of that stuff, you can actually select what category you want to appear, such as appearances or podcasting. So when somebody clicks on the appearances menu item, they're going to see all the posts that are in the appearances category. So pages are static. They don't change unless you specifically go in and edit them. So a page is good if you're creating like an about me, because you're probably going to create that and you're probably not going to edit it every single day, right? So that's what a page is. It's something that you create and that doesn't change. That's why you typically don't put rotating content on a page. That's what posts are for. A page is static. Now you can still link on a WordPress menu to a page. So about me is a page, and I created on this site additional sub pages like my current project, how I got here. Those are all pages, but that's something I built out that I don't plan on changing for God only knows when. So they are static. I can still link to them on the menu item, but those aren't going to change. I'm not putting a bunch of media players and stuff like that on there. So now we're going to talk a little bit about actual publishing. And here I'm actually going to use one of the appendicity themes. So I'm going to start in Libsyn, and I'm going to publish a new episode. So I start by uploading a media file. Those of you who use Libsyn, this process is familiar. If you don't use Libsyn, it's a similar process to just about any other host that you're going to use. So upload the media file. You're going to generate a title and a description. All those things to build out the episode that eventually goes into iTunes. I should have sped that up at like 2x. I talk faster than I thought I did. So I'm going to enter a description. I've already got that on my clipboard. You upload your episode thumbnail. Then you'll hit the publish button. So once you hit the publish button, you'll be given a download URL. Now I'm going to go into WordPress and I'm going to create a post that's going to appear on my WordPress site. Now this is a post which is going to be categorized. So if somebody clicks on that menu item for, say, appearances, if this gets categorized into appearances, this is going to be the top post that they see. Now right here, where it says podcast MP3, I'm going to grab the media file URL. And I'm going to plug that right in there. The rest is just filling out a WordPress post just like normal. You're going to tag it, categorize it, all that fun stuff, and hit publish. Now we're going to view the post. And it created a nice nifty little player for me. The featured image that I uploaded in WordPress appears right there. It's got all of my show notes available. So that's one workflow. You can use the download URL to the media file and a podcasting theme, and it's going to allow you to plug that media file in and creates a player for you. Now another option, especially if you're a Libsyn customer, is what we call on-publish. So if you're using our on-publish for WordPress, you go into Libsyn to create your post. We will actually create that post in WordPress for you instead of you having to create it first in Libsyn and then creating it in WordPress. So it starts out very similar. You're in Libsyn, and you go to content, create new post, and you upload your media file, and you give it a title, you give it a description, upload your thumbnail, all of that fun stuff. Then I'm going to hit publish. Now, our system will actually automatically release this episode out to WordPress. You'll notice there are publishing destinations here. Unfortunately, the low resolution is hard to read, but one of these is actually WordPress. And you'll see that the post was actually created here in WordPress. And it includes a media file embed. This is the Libsyn media file, media player. And this is what the post looks like. So I only published from one place. I published in Libsyn, but it appeared on my WordPress site. Now the next option is to use a plugin. Now Libsyn is generating a plugin. Now there are other plugins available. But it's kind of the same idea, only flipped. So instead of publishing in Libsyn, in this case, you're actually going to publish in WordPress. So if you're already in WordPress all day, every day, this is kind of what you do. This helps to make sure that you're in the same system, the system that you're comfortable with. You're going to create, oops, I lost my name. You're going to create a new post and add your title, add your description. And then you're going to upload your media file straight from WordPress. I'll choose the file off my hard drive. It's going to upload the file. Now, this is actually not uploading your web host. Even though you're on your WordPress site, this is actually uploading the media file to Libsyn in this case. It's completely bypassing your web host. So we will still host the file for you. You have the advantages of using content distribution network of a media host. Generates that RSS feed for you, but you're doing it all from WordPress, where you're comfortable, where you're used to being. Choose your featured image. select the category. So in this case, I selected the appearances category. So when I click appearances on my menu item on my website, this is going to be the top post on there. And I hit publish. So in this case, I've done all the publishing inside WordPress. I should have sped that up. And this is what the post looks like. Now in this case, it was chosen for the player to be at the bottom of the post. And that's kind of a design decision for you as to where you want the player to appear in the post. But again, it's the same thing. So those are 3 different workflows. You publish to whoever your media host is, you grab the media file URL, you plug it into a podcast-specific feed. Or you use a host that has a WordPress connector, you publish to the host connects to WordPress and creates the post there. Or you use a plugin like Clipson's plugin, where you do everything from WordPress, but still uploads the media file and generates that RSS feed at the media host. So you maintain that redundancy, you maintain that security, and everything stays on there. Some best practices. A lot of this is for SEO actually. Whenever you're naming your images, name it something useful, not just the image 1234.jpg. If that's somebody that is in that picture with you that maybe you interviewed, put their name in that image, because that file name becomes a part of the URL, and that is something that Google is going to see. Google can't index text from a picture, but it can find the file name. Always include keywords throughout your episode post titles and descriptions. This is whether you're doing this in WordPress or Libsyn or SoundCloud or some other media host. Always make sure you're repeating certain keywords throughout those things. Always, always, always include links on every page on your website to your show in iTunes, Stitcher, your RSS feed. Stitcher, iTunes, TuneIn, RSS feed. And that's because if somebody found you through Google, not through, say, iTunes, and they like you, they may not want to come back to your website every single time something new comes out. They want to subscribe to you. And you need to make it as easy and painfully easy as possible to get to you. So if you put those links on every single page on your website, they click on it, boom, it's really easy for them to subscribe to you and get you on, say, their mobile device when they're driving. Okay. Questions?
This is all for news site. What if you have 9 years of podcasts already and building a news site? Is there an easy way to populate it, or is it one by one going through all those 9 years?
That depends. So is the original site on WordPress and the new site is WordPress, or are you coming from a different location, or what's the current setup? Okay, so usually you can actually run an import. WordPress will usually import from their own stuff. There's usually functionality inside WordPress for that. So it should be pretty seamless.
Let's build on that question. I mean, if you're coming over from, what's the name of the Google site?
Blogger?
Blogger. You come over from Blogger to WordPress.
Mm-hmm.
It's how hard. I understand it's pretty difficult. You might lose a lot. You might lose a lot of SEO build up over the years of WordPress.
So, yeah, so the catch there is that usually when you're blogging, you might hear the term permalink. So the URL to a specific blog post that appears in the address bar, that's a permalink. And the reason it's called a permanent link is because it's supposed to be a permanent link. It's a link that never changes. But when you move from, say, Blogger to WordPress, then most likely that permanent link isn't so permanent anymore, right? That link is going to change. So if I were coming from, say, Joomla or a self-made site, something like that, what I would do is create a redirect for each one of those posts. And yes, that's time-consuming. From the old URL to the new URL. So when Google scans the new site, oh, that's where that went. Okay, I point over here. And you don't lose anything. The problem with coming from Blogger is you're not going to guarantee, in fact, you probably won't maintain those URLs. And I don't believe there's any way to actually redirect those URLs in Blogger off the top of my head. Dave, do you know?
No,
I've not seen any way to actually redirect that. So that's where the problem lies, is that that URL is going to change.
That being the case, with all the advantages of WordPress, you might be better off to stay with Blogger. Is there any real
what's the advantage?
Any disadvantage to staying with Blogger?
What's the advantage you're looking for specifically? Are you looking for something that's going to automatically post your podcast to Blogger? Is
No,
that
not really. Actually, I'm pretty pleased with Blogger, but I just keep hearing that, WordPress. Like, you got to be on WordPress. So I'm getting inferiority complex.
Well, WordPress is very popular. And I chose to do a topic today on WordPress, not because I love WordPress. You saw a lot of warnings in here today, right? I did a lot of, please don't do this. Please don't do that. And there's a very good reason why I did that. My podcast site is actually on Joomla. It's not on WordPress. My personal blog is on WordPress. The reason I chose WordPress is because there are a lot of podcasters that are using WordPress, but it is by no means the end-all be-all. There are podcasters using Squarespace. There are podcasters using Blogger or Tumblr. Libsyn will automatically post to Blogger, Tumblr, and WordPress. There's a lot of people out there that are using self-made websites. So just because it's the name on everybody's lips today does not mean you should switch. If you're comfortable with Blogger, if you're happy with what it's giving you, there's no reason to move, in my humble opinion. I would switch. Oh, please, you don't have a question.
I don't have a question. I want to comment on something she said, because I had a situation where it was a good problem. I had too many visitors to my website. You'll hear this denial of service attack.
Yes.
And so I went to my web host, which at the time was HostGator. I said, look, I can't even log into WordPress because there's so many people hitting it at the same time. I can't get their attention. And I finally got in, and I looked at what was getting the most hits. And the thing that got the most hits was my RSS feed. And they said, turn off every plugin you can, whatever you can, go down to the bare bones minimum. So I instantly switched my feed to Libsyn and let them take the traffic. And the cool thing about that is that as I then went and worked on my website and figured out what to do and threw in some security stuff, my podcast just carried on like nothing was going on, because the media and all the show notes are now on Libsyn. So there's a really cool advantage of that. I'm still kind of working on things on the front end of my website, but my hosting and all my RSS feed is on Libsyn, and it's cool because I don't have to worry about it. It just runs. So.
How well is Opus Audio being supported throughout different players to keep the file size down?
Are you familiar?
It's not, basically, in a nutshell. For better or for worse, I know they're definitely better sounding. Everybody just goes with MP3. The thing is, we should, because there are a lot of problems with bandwidth, especially in other countries or even in North Carolina, in the case of Elsie. When you're in the mountains in the middle of nowhere. But most people just go with 64 mono to keep the file size down, and it doesn't sound horrible. But it's
some podcasts that have it as an option already.
I know in the past, Apple made a format called Enhanced Podcast, which they've now almost abandoned. And everybody I know that made one, they would have one where you could go to chapter mark, and almost everybody I know that made one just went to MP3 because there just wasn't enough people.
It's what's popular.
Yeah. It doesn't mean it's fast, but it's.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Well, then I would like to say, with the help of Ellen, thank you very much for coming. I know this tends to be a bit more of a technical topic, and it can be, but I really do appreciate you coming. I hope you learned something. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out in the hallway. I will be around the whole weekend. Enjoy the rest of your week.
I've heard about it. It's open source.
So how's computer.ogp.ogpa.ogpa.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
It's technically the HTML5.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's like, we probably should, but we're not.
I'm like, I need to.
It's supposed to be we have our player.
It's only
And we have
complicated with
player theme.
Hey,
Our player theme for all the years, and just maybe 2 weeks ago, we got our first. That's pretty quick. If no one brought it up,
Hey, what are your, I know you guys are thinking about changing your player. What are the plans? Because I would love to have a.
What are you presenting on tomorrow? PC or?
PC. Okay, so the VGA form. Okay, so you can do the same thing here. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
There'll be somebody else here tomorrow morning, Michelle. She's very good.
I looked over and moved around too. There's 2 buddies back there. I know. Well, that was freaking iPad. I turned the volume off. I'm gonna keep that cord that's made. I have no idea what that is. It's not an alarm. No, I don't know what it is. Because I always like, I go through it. It's open. Nothing. I have no idea what it is.
We start at $5 a month and go all the way up to $100.
Because I put it on mute.